Hey everyone, it's VM Campos, Magic Fan. Welcome to the latest Streaming Saturday. Here we are going to play some Magic and hang out, crack a packs, other cool stuff. I'm gonna do a check on my cameras to see if everything's good so far. So here's the amazing cam. That's looking good so far. Full screen cam is over here as well. Looks good at this point. Full screen cam looking pretty full screeny. And that will work fine right there. Then we've got the web browser cam. Hey there, Cameron, how are you? I'm just checking all of my cams at the moment. You just made it on time. We got the full screen cam. Everything seems to be working fine. I'm gonna switch over to the web browser to see if that camera is working fine. Switch over to the web browser cam right here. All right, there's me, but where is the browser? Let's go right here, right here. There we go. So we got the web browser in case we need to go on the web. Web browser cam looks good. Let's go over to the card cam. There's a card cam right there. There we go. So we got boosters of Crimson Vow to open up a little bit later as part of tonight's event or streaming. And let's see what else. We've got the, let me just set it now at the moment. When we do the BRB, it'll be right there. Okay, so then we'll get back to the game over here. There we go. There's the game running just fine. I'm going to update. I need to update the schedule. Not quite planning this week to do draft, but we've still got lots of stuff to play. Let me just go here, change this. Okay, so we are doing gold digging. I need to get today's gold. We're going to do the crack a pack. Yep, sealed vow. We're going to do here deck building. That's what I've got. Snack chat. Yeah, I have a snack. Historic Brawl Cracker Pack. Yep, that looks good. Okay, so that's our schedule for tonight. That's what we could be on the lookout for. I think my cam is a little dark, so let me just adjust that a little bit. Right over here. Configure video. This is way more fun to do it live with everyone, right? Haha. All right, so bring it up a little bit. That looks a little better. Okay. And yep, that's all in order. Okay, so we're gonna start with the gold digging. How's everyone doing today? Actually, one more thing. I'm just going to do a quick hello to everyone on the Discord to show that we are live at the moment. And then I'll start the gameplay. So we've got a couple of we got a new visitor to the Discord. Oh no, that was a few days ago. Okay. So let's do an update live on YouTube right now. Come hang out. So we'll have more people stop by. If you're hanging out at the moment on the stream, welcome. Let's do today's gold digging. So attack with 30 creatures, kill 15 of your opponent's creatures. The 15 one seems easy, but let me re-roll the attack with 30 to maybe... Nope. I've noticed on the last several times that I've tried to re-roll the quests that they keep just rolling into 500. I don't know, maybe they know that I'm gaming the system, and I don't feel that I get the good luck anymore like I used to, where I would re-roll it and then get it at 750 and then get even more gold. But okay, fine. 2 of 500. So now it's cast 20 white or blue spells. I think I can... I'm going to switch over to my mono blue deck. Jace. This is my seafood salad deck. because everything in the deck is about the creatures of the deep. There's krakens in there and leviathans. They will be released, of course. What else? Octopuses and all of those things. All of those like sea creatures are in there. And Jace, Pirate Jace, is there to corral them. So we're dealing with, I think that's also mono blue. Is that Psy? Yeah, Psy Master Thopters. This is mono. So they've got mono blue. I've got mono blue. Now, spoiler alert, I don't have any counter spells. Yes, I'm playing mono blue, but there's no counter spells. But that's okay. A lot of what this deck does is steal the opponent's creatures. Okay, they're passing with two open blue mana. I will also pass with 2 open blue mana. I don't have a counter spell, but I have a draw. I know they were scared for a moment and thought, they're gonna counterspell that, and it's pausing priority on one single blue, so I'm sure they've got an opt. Yeah, that must be an opt. So let's try to play our commander. Yep, no problem. Okay, let's get this party started with Jace. So next turn they'll have 4 mana. I'm gonna try... Oh, they missed a land drop. Sorry, opponent. You're gonna hate me for this. Your commander will look better on my side of the table. There we go. And then I will...
Always an answer.
I will continue to play my side. Well, so if they unsummon their commander, it'll go back to their hand. So that's how you can get your commander back, but your commander's on my side now. So I have basically all of the cards that let you steal your opponent's stuff. And, yeah, they were gonna pop off this turn about so many counters, yeah, they're not gonna block here.
Let's try this.
They were going to cast so many, and then they just quit because, yeah, I've got your commander, so... There's one of the ways that this deck wins. Not with counter spells, which I think for a casual format, like Brawl, I think counter spells aren't the best to play with unless you're playing the more competitive version of Brawl, which I don't play that. And I don't like to play against very competitive people on Brawl either, because it's a casual format. So I think counter spells in a 1v1 game are just way too mean, so I don't put any counter spells on my mono blue deck. But what I do is play spells that steal my opponent's stuff. Now they cost 4, 5, 6, 7 mana, so I feel that's a good trade-off for that. Alright, so Nadir Kraken on turn 3 to start making little Krakens. I bet you the opponent will have their turn 1 mana Weft Sliver. It always happens. And even if they don't have it on their opening hand, they always mulligan. And that's going to be the turn 1 power play. Play their land, probably Command Tower. Play their mana Weft Sliver, which is a single green mana. Make all your slivers into Llanowar Elves. And they're going to ramp into their first sliver. Now, oh, okay. Very lucky that they didn't. But I think it's a little difficult to deal with that sliver deck on my mono blue deck. 3 mana and no responses. Okay, well, there's the response. It's the counterspell. Counterspells and slivers. That's boring. So give him the old shruggaroo. Cultivate. Okay. They're gonna get their commander right away. And then we need to bounce it back. Yep, next turn they've got their commander. But I've got my own threat. They're gonna have every color, they're gonna play it. Gonna cascade into a sliver. Let's give them the sarcastic Huh, okay, Dark Ritual? Is that a Dark Ritual? Oh, that was a Revitalize, okay. Draw a card, they've got a 7/7, and then I'm missing land drops. Amazing, okay. Well, let's let you play that again. Again, I don't think a Sliver deck is amazing. There's my land. I don't think a Sliver deck is the best to play with. The best to play with. They've got just every color, and they're going to cascade into slivers, and I don't have any counter spells, so I would have called it that. I think this is an uphill battle with this deck. All right, so slivers have menace. Fine, missed another land drop. Okay. With 2 mana, I don't have enough, and I'm missing a land drop. Okay. So let's have you cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana to draw. Huh. Anyway, let's have you recast your first sliver. They will probably block that. No, they won't block that. They want to do menace. They want to keep their menace creature, their menace sliver. There we go. So we'll draw something off of that and discard what? I guess this serpent. Then we'll draw a card. There's the land. Okay, we're going to play that Mama Sliver again. Get another cascade trigger. Fake sliver. So they're gonna hit me. Nope, they're gonna cascade another sliver. I guess there's nothing to cascade into because that's too small. Loser. Alright, so they're gonna go hit that.
No one likes a bully.
And then I'm out of answers. I really need to do the steal your stuff. I have 3 mana where I could steal. Oh yeah, I missed that land drop. Yeah, this is dire. I could toss that back again. Yeah, this is game over. So, we'll just show off by stealing one of their creatures, although it's tapped, so that's worthless. All right, so let's guess how many slivers they're gonna cast. They're gonna cast. This is a waste of time. I should just concede at the moment, but we'll let them play 1 round of amazingness. That deck is so autopilot. All right, so here's 1 sliver. There's a free sliver. That's a free sliver. Yeah, okay, I'm done here. I'm telling you, this is just an auto. This is an auto win deck. If you're able to cast you're that sliver, if you don't have an immediate permanent answer for it. My deck just has bounce spells, so I've played enough of this deck versus slivers that I should have thought, like, why am I wasting my time? That one, it doesn't work out with that deck. That cascade is way too powerful. All your slivers have cascade. Hey Mark, how are you doing? Welcome. Just trying to do today's gold digging. We're in the gold digging mode at the moment. Now, are people's text appearing on screen or not? Let me double check that. Chat box right here. Show that. Let's see there. Is the chat appearing on the screen or not? If it's just appearing in the note, oh, there it is right there. Okay. Good. Merit Lage's Slumber, love that one. How does the sound of the game sound? Is it okay? I'm still kind of like tweaking the sound of things. I don't know if the sound of the game is too much. versus my voice. Ah, there's Mila looking right at me. And then barking at me, how rude. Alright, so they have old Rutstein. I made a video about a deck with this character, and then I got like 80 views out of it. And then I saw the exact same. Well, I haven't even looked at their video, but then I saw the video from some other big name YouTuber, and they've got 100,000 views on theirs. So like, wow, the algorithm definitely. YouTube is worse nowadays for new creators. It's pretty. It's pretty. YouTube nowadays is pretty much an uphill battle for anyone getting into it. I just crossed 1,500 subscribers, and I was looking at my stats. I got to 1,000 a year ago. So 1 year later, I have 500 more subscribers, while others have millions. Right, so 3. I guess you'll play your Rutstein. Have 1 black mana left over. Get 8 blood. Are they gonna spend their blood? Yep. Alright, toss more stuff in the graveyard. Ooh, they got that Ava Brook. What do you call it? That's a bad card to deal with. So they are going to... I doubt that they put that there on accident. I'm sure there's a plan. I'm sure they've got a Reanimator spell for that. I'm sure they're going to play that Reanimator spell next turn. They're obviously going to cheat in to play this. This is game over. If they get that if they get that hexproof creature next turn, it's game over, because all my spells are targeted, and then once that creature's there, everything's at hexproof. So I don't have any sort of like sacrifice effects. Although everything that I've got is a targeted effect, so on one of my latest videos I had said that that's one of the most valuable cards in the set, because it's also one of the most annoying, because it's got... gives everything hexproof. Now I could play my Kraken, but they're playing black, so I'm sure they're going to kill it right away, so I should hold on to counter spells and stuff. Not counter spells, but bounce spells. Plus my divide by 0 does stuff. Working on getting you more subscribers. Thanks. You should ask the people that run YouTube, because the algorithm is its thing. That's really cool. Appreciate it. So what do we want to do here? I guess 2 more damage is fine. So what does the flyer have? Like some cool art that you designed yourself? I always love that. If it's just plain old text, that's also cool. Totally appreciate it. Bounce that back to their hand. Surveil. Yeah, let's grab that. How about we disperse 1 more creature as well? You have nothing on the board. I could play my commander at this point. So, yeah, we just need more lands at the moment. Let's bring out Jace. Just uptick for the moment.
I'm up for the challenge. Let's think this through.
They're missing land drops, although they have the Mind Stone. So the only thing that I have that's sort of a isn't that indestructible? Oh, never mind. I thought it was indestructible for some... No, it's indestructible once you summon Merit Lage, but it's not indestructible before that.
It's how you play the hand you're dealt.
Alright, we'll see about this. Nadir Kraken, if it'll survive. Yeah, they've been missing land drops. I guess they're really focused on making treasures and stuff. Haha, that's a good card, but they have very, very little mana. Oh, there we go, we got some mana now. A card that I see people play, but it never does anything. Oops, here's a kill spell. So even if I just bounce that back to their hand, they're just going to replay it. But it's going to cost them double. Okay. And then they have enough for their Valentine.
What's that supposed to hurt?
They didn't play that. Okay, I can steal their commander. That'll make them rage quit, I bet. Although I'm sure they have removal, but that's okay. So we need 5 in total. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I drink your milkshake. They're gonna sacrifice it before I can get it. Every black player that I see has that village rights. One day, kill your own commander and make me draw a card. Oh, okay, never mind. They're killing my planeswalker. Fine. I can resummon it. Not too bad at all. So they drew me a card, and I can resummon Jace, which is perfectly fine. There's Valentine. They have enough mana for the backside, right? Crack your mana rock. Yeah, opponent, I think you need way more lands in your deck. And then they're just gonna throw more stuff in the graveyard. I don't know if I've got Tormod's Crypt in this deck, but I definitely need that because I'm sure that's their big idea. Ooh, I'm getting close to Omniscience. Very close to Omniscience. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your very own commander is going to help me get to Omniscience. We're working on a Johnny. Just going to be sad because you know, if it all something that small. I remember 1 or 2 weeks ago you mentioned that about what's my favorite planeswalker, but I didn't know that was a trick question to ask me about what gift to carve for me or something, and I very much appreciate it. Way too nice. Charge counters on that. That's worthless. Okay. But yes, anyway, thank you so much for that. Like I said, you shouldn't have, or you... What is the future tense of that? Because you haven't done it yet, or haven't finished it yet. But I appreciate that. Alright, Jay D'Souza, you might want to do something now. Oh man, I want that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That'd be 9 mana there. Yeah, so I'm guaranteed Omniscience next turn. But then hopefully I can get things to cast with it. Omniscience next turn. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's my 9th mana in my hand. They had to kill their own... They had to kill their own commander. And then they get to pay and make a little bug.
Was not supposed to happen.
Alright, well, here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9, 10. Gah. Don't tell me that. I'm so bad at the math on that, I can't believe it.
Let's think this through.
It's 10 mana. I don't know why I keep thinking Omniscience is 9 mana. You can obviously tell I never play with it because I can't count. When you're done, you're the only person with the one Johnny on it. It'll be a collector's item for sure. Alright, so what are we doing here? Let's scry into something good because I'm about to play Omniscience next turn. So come on, scry me into something good, and then I think even I can... that's horrible. I think I can... I should also put these chapter stops here so that I can no, actually I can't. I can't double scry, never mind. Not until I play Omniscience. Alright, so... Okay, how about an extra turn spell for free? That'll be good. Okay, so let's... Now, I think there's gonna... You may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana cost. Never mind, so that's not gonna let me play my Jace for free over and over. Okay, well... Let's plus Jace.
There is always an answer.
And then 9th mana, and then Omniscience. And then Karn's Temporal Sundering will let me cast that for free, take an extra turn, alternate cost, target a player, me, target something else to return back to their hand. Doesn't really matter, but I guess their commander. Then I'll take an extra turn off of that and hopefully get some cool... Oh, yeah, don't village rights your own creature for that. It's just going back to your hand. But anyway, hopefully then I get a cool on my next turn. Hopefully I get my huge sea monster. No mages, Dominion. This costs 3 less. Gain control target creature with mana value of X. I should have waited for that to
This will come in handy.
Yeah, I guess I'll steal their commander next turn. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. I tried to have some gameplay plus fun stuff as the schedule shows here and the like. And I will also take suggestions from people. So, requests and the like. Alright, so 2 damage off of that. I'm sure they're holding on to their kill spells. Yeah, they already used a couple on their own creature. Let's, at the end of the turn, scry. I'm sure they're waiting for their spell to bring stuff back from the graveyard. But then, of course, the problem with that, the thing that they definitely have in the graveyard is the Hexproofer. Land. Alright, so let's scry into something good. Come on, something good. I've got the mana for it. Meaning free mana. The opponent is forgetting that they can add more counters to their Blast Zone. I used to put Blast Zone in my decks, but it just never worked for me. And the math never worked, and I never had enough mana left over to dump into it, and there were just too many targets. So basically you put counters on it, and then sacrifice the land, and then destroy all things of that mana value, of that exact mana value. I can time warp. Yeah, let's do a free spell. Let's take a free turn after that. Yeah, I'd happily play a free turn for free. I'll happily play an extra turn for free. So, let's, they keep attacking my Planeswalker with no consequence. I'm just trying to get to my spells where I steal stuff. Now I need to, okay, so I need to pay the real mana cost. I need to pay the real mana cost. Right here, real mana cost. And then the value of X is 3. 1, 2, 3. And take their commander one more time. And then we'll play an extra turn. Oops, actually, let me scry before the next turn. Can we get anything else good? They're gonna kill it again. No, that's fine. Killing their own commander. Genius. Okay, fine. Okay, now let's steal your other creature. Let's take an extra turn for free. Like that. There we go. And then let's steal that one with thusly. And then we'll make a blocker. And I'll just scry into something good next turn. Okay, I got another steal. That has to attack, however, so it has to be a tapped creature. So we'll get into another steal spell one moment. They need 7 mana for their commander. They got a 1/1. Well, I'm sure they're gonna do their replay. They're gonna unburial rights one of their creatures out of the graveyard. Aw, man, blood on the snow. Fine. That's interesting. Well, they had barely enough snow to... They had just 1 snow mana to bring it back, so that's funny. Having to kill all their poor creatures. Okay, we can play Charix for free. Although, I'm sure...
This will come in handy.
Well, let's play that for free. At least we've got a blocker. Big old crab. In real life, when I was opening packs of Zendikar Rising, I think I opened 2 or 3 of this big old crab. So that's funny. Alright. Mutual destruction on that, sure. I'm very surprised they're not bringing back their way better card out of their graveyard. Are they going to bring back again Valentine? I guess they want to have a critical mass of things and then bring back... Oh, okay. Draw cards. Cool. Next turn they will be able to play that. As for the moment, they have nothing to do. Okay. Scry into something good. How about yeah, I want both of those cards actually. Yeah, let's do more free turns. And I keep saying free turns, I mean extra turns. Okay. So I'm gonna make a creature.
Momentary setback.
Recast my commander. Once again, the opponent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Recast my commander. I guess I'll just start to make things. Then we'll play Alrund's Epiphany. I wonder when the opponent will rage quit. Just because this deck, depending on my opponent, my deck can be so dirtily. Yeah, let's play that right now. For free. Oh snap, 2 birds plus an extra turn. They're frantically looking at their stuff. You know you have blood tokens. So okay, so we got Lay Claim right there. Enchant a Permanent. I could just steal their blast zone. Will that mess with them? Yeah, let's just steal. Yeah, enchant a permanent. I'm just gonna steal their blast zone. That's gonna make them rage quit. They're like, you can take my lands. You've taken my creatures, and you've taken my turns, and now you're taking my land. Okay, spending 1 mana. Keeping it tapped. That's nice. Crack that, whatever. Alright, let's scry into something. Oh, I want all of that, but I need to attack and then +1 Jace. Whenever one or more target creatures you control deals combat damage this turn, huh? I'm worried here. I can attack and then +1, I think. Because I don't want to draw and then I have to discard right away because I have nothing in hand. I think this will work. I can attack then +1 because Jace wasn't paying attention when they attacked. Finally did damage. Alright, so... plus. Okay, there we go. So there you go. Opponent, play what you want. You have 1 less mana. Peer into the Abyss. Sure, draw a bunch of cards. You're totally tapped out. That's perfectly fine. You lost half your life now. I'm about to summon an 8/8. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. With 10 mana. Yeah, with 10 mana, then I'll be able to bounce everything back to their hand, which is just their blood token. But that'll send a message. I can also cast it for free with my Omniscience. I could cast it for free and then keep the mana open for more scry power. I know that I'm going to get Slinvoda and then a steal and then a return spell. Actually, maybe I don't really. I thought that was a steal spell. It's a return spell, so I guess. Okay, opponent. If you can't, if you can't drop your hand down to 7, you're gonna need to. Hey there, Purple World. The opponent just used their peer into the abyss, and they drew half their library, and they lost half their life, but now they're timing out that they need to discard down to 7. They've tapped themselves out. I've got 6 power on the board. I'm about to summon an 8/8 fishy. I've got Omniscience on the battlefield. I think the opponent's trying to do some sort of reanimator effects, but it might be too late for them because I'm about to summon an 8/8 for free. They have their Avabrook Caretaker in the graveyard, which I think that's what they're trying to ultimately... And Egon. They've got a lot of cool stuff in the graveyard, but... let's cast a free... Let's cast a free... cast with Kicker? No, I want a regular cast, but I don't want to pay for it. Oh, this is... Okay, I think Omniscience is confused here. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, alternate cost. Okay. And then with Kicker or not? No, just regular cast. There we go. Got a free 8/8. And we'll draw... I guess I'm fine drawing and discarding that Voyage. And there we go. So opponent. Then we have the Blast Zone that we can also pump stuff into, but we'll be fine. Alright, opponent, you've got a full grip of cards. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands in play. Maybe you have Bantu's Reckoning or something. But that's definitely game over for you next turn. Even if they're going to reanimate one thing. They're going to reanimate something out of the grave. They're going to reanimate their Avabrook, what do you call it? Which is worthless. But they might reanimate some cool... They're just looking at their graveyard. What can I reanimate? A 6/6 pony? Nope. Okay, they're going to reanimate a couple of things. Sure. That's worthless. You can't do anything with it at the moment. Oh, well, yeah, never mind. It gets Death Touch. Fine. You get a 2/1 Death Touch. I guess you have a kill spell from my 8/8. Fine. You have 2 mana left. I've got 2 birds. I guess you'll use a kill spell on a bird. You have blood. This has been a long game. This explores. Okay, explore one thing. Sure. Okay. We've got Professor Onyx next turn. I don't know. Will that be too little too late or what? I could pop my Blast Zone, which has 2. That's a 3. I have your Blast Zone, so should I wait for it? Nah, I should just... I need to pop that Blast Zone and get rid of the blocker, and then that's 6 damage. So that's what we need to do. Okay, so I'm always bad at the math on this. Sacrifice this, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to 3. That'll kill my own Planeswalker, but that's fine. So I need to add one counter. Yeah, 1 counter. Let's see if they figured out what's happening. Because the next turn, I don't even... Oh, I should scry anyway. Fine, let's scry next turn. Maybe that'll distract them about that they're dead. And all of this is kind of worthless. Okay, here we go. So, on my turn, I pop the Blast Zone, destroy their only blocker, and go in for the kill. Yeah, it kills my own Planeswalker, but who cares? Yeah, don't look at your blood. That's not going to help you. Draw a card. Permanent Ski Hexproof. That's not going to help. You're going to draw a card, but that's still sacrifice. And then I'll just leave my Planeswalker in the graveyard and then go in with the final kill. There we go. Ooh, that was a long one. I'm going to check my stats here. How long did that take, actually, for that opponent? But yeah, once I took their Blast Zone, I had a way to remove non-targeting their... They got hexproof from blue, but that's that. All right, so oops, not create account. So let me see if my stats. How long did that match last? It seems like it felt like it lasted a while. I have no concept of time, but I'm gonna say 15 minutes, which I think is a long game, especially on Arena. Got my gold, got my orb, very nice. Let me see if my stats... Sometimes the stats don't update, but let's see if this... yeah, this says my last game here versus D'Souza was 27 minutes. I was pretty off. Again, I'm not a big... time has no meaning sometimes. Okay, so 27 minutes versus D'Souza. Let's claim that prize. Let's use that mastery orb. Finally, this season are things that I actually want to claim. There were no good things to claim last one. Oh, and I forgot to do this as well. Whenever we have a cool victory. Alright, so there were no good rewards last season, but now we've got some cool rewards here. We've got these really cool sleeves. I want them all, but they're so stingy with these glowing balls, so I decided to go onto the track of getting these Edgar Markov sleeves. And look at that, I'm actually closer than I thought. I remember... Oh, and actually, I'm not as close as I thought. I thought I was already on this level, but no, I'm still on this level. Fine. I guess it's still going to be faster than I had first postulated, which was going to be 65 days, but it's still taking a while. So 2 more balls, and then I can get this sleeve, and then there's like nothing important after that. So weird how they put these rewards, dare I say, predatory. And then after that, what would I get? Runo looks cool, looks like a Vampire Hunter D character. Olivia's Attendance looks cool. Anji looks cool, and the Blood Petal Celebrant looks really scary. This is one of these little girls, one of these flower girls at the wedding, but she's like evil vampire mode. What are today's deals of the day? Any good deals? Nope. And then I've got some virtual packs to open a little bit later. So we got a little bit more gold digging to do. And then I'm going to switch to a black deck because obviously that's where I can kill things with. But I'm going to switch over. Do the second gold digging challenge, then take a break. And then we're going to crack a pack of real cards. I have a Crimson Vow pre-release pack. I'm going to open that up, see what good stuff we can pull in real life. Mono white Heliod. Okay, this is always an annoying deck. I get to go first, however. So I need to definitely scry into kill spells. Because they're gonna get their turn one. They're gonna get their turn one. Lifelink creature, and of course, right on ramp, they're gonna get their turn 3 Heliod. Turn 1 life. Well, not a lifelink creature, amazingly. And then my hand was pretty bad here, but got the Baleful Mastery. If all else fails, then we got a Flumph. Fine. Guess that's pretty worthless. Alright. 3 mana. I could, at this point, destroy everything on the battlefield. Nah, I guess we'll wait. Heliod, but no life gain yet. Now what I could do, what I could further do is... I was gonna say... Bantu's Last Reckoning. And then missing a land drop. Amazing. Okay. So... is this where you're going to play your life gain creature? Or your healing salve or whatever? Okay, Oketra, not good. Unless you control 3 other creatures. Not good. Although I can exile. But I don't want to give them that card. So come on, land drop, come on. This deck has plenty of lands. Come on, land. That's a land. Okay. So we will Vraska's Contempt at the right moment. Alright, Angel. We'll get rid of that on the next go round, but let's exile Oketra. It still comes to life. Damn. Fine. Let's... Whatever they sacrifice here... Turgrid's... and I don't even have enough for it. Never mind. What am I talking about? Okay. So, if I... Bantu's Last Reckoning, I'm going to lose 2 turns. I'm sure they can rebuild pretty fast. In mono white. Going to be out for a whole turn. I could Baleful Mastery that Angel, and then Heliod goes down. They can still plus the Knight. Yeah, I'm going to have to set this up for not good stuff. Missing land drops. Get a free card, but then that deactivates Heliod. I'm sure they can put it back online very easily though, so it's going to be 5, 6, 7 damage. Down to 14 life already. Alright, foretelling something in mono white. What is that again? What can you foretell in mono white? Alright, Yeah, I might as well do this. What can you foretell in mono white? There we go, a glorious protector. Alright, you get a 3/4. I forgot about that. I never see people play that. Well, Doomscar. How am I forgetting Doomscar? Everyone plays Doomscar. I don't see people use this protector. They didn't Heliod. Oh, that was a misplay on them, I think. They didn't Heliod effect. They did not do the Heliod effect, so, they could have gotten that life gain. 4 mana in total. That's not enough for that freaking finishing blow. Gonna completely tap myself out for a whole turn, but I'm down to 9 life already. Well, this was an uphill battle. I was missing a lot of land drops. Another flash creature. They're gonna play one more creature, bring it back to life. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm dead next turn. Disenchant that, and there's that life gain on that. Yep, I know they're gonna play enough to wake up Heliod again. And now they're not gonna forget this time. Oh, they still forgot. Okay, they're forgetting to play their they're forgetting to do Heliod's effect. They could have killed me already, but I guess they'll do it this turn. If they can wake up Heliod, I'm dead. That shouldn't be too hard. Huh. Interesting. If I get my mana, fine. Okay, let's try to get this done. Let's get Professor Onyx out here. That'll be a that will be a distraction.
Professor Onyx to you.
One more flash creature? Nope. Okay.
Sorry, you don't make the grade.
Finishing blow will not help me versus... Uh-oh, that's something to worry about. I gotta keep my mana open for that.
Let's go digging.
That's a sorcery. Okay, that's annoying. All right, so I got to keep my finishing blow open. Oops, they looked at their own land because they thought, yeah, let's look at those opponent sleeves. They're so metal, aren't they? Look at that. So Viking. All right, so they're going to bring that to life. Sure. And then will you also spend your mana to make it stronger? Attacking me directly, eh? Okay. Worried about that. But let's see if this will... Okay. There we go. Now, do I have one more instant? Well, I could go Coveted Prize and go get Doomblade. Actually, I'm dead now, aren't I? No, that's just lose 1 life. Okay. I can't even do that live fast because that'll kill me. I'll lose 2 life. I'll gain 2 and lose 2. I'll be at 1 life, right? Does the math work on that? Magecraft, whenever I copy an instant or sorcery, whenever I copy or instant, gain 2 life. Okay, so I think I'm going to gain the life first. I'm going to gain the life first, taking me to 3. Then I'm going to lose the life and I'll still be at 1. But I'll have more cards in hand. Let's just risk it. That's okay. I'm on the ropes. Or I could just be safe and get the Soul Guide Lantern, but I'm pretty sure I won't die if I play this live fast. Actually, let's just be safer. Let's go grab... Yeah, let's just go grab a Doomblade. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is my freaking Doomblade? For real, where is this? Is this even in alphabetical order? Where is it? I need the Doomblade. Sign in blood. Need the Swarm. Don't tell me I don't have one in here. Okay, Liliana's Triumph will be good enough. Yeah, Liliana's Triumph. Where did you go now? There. Alright. Okay, so... Okay. Okay. Alright, so wake up your little dragon land again. Okay. Coming in for the attack. Okay. You get to sacrifice. I get to Magecraft. You also get milled because I control Liliana. Okay, they are salty now because I don't think they have any response. They have enough mana to plus to lifelink with Heliod. They haven't been doing this whole game, so I think this player doesn't realize that. That's a very powerful effect. Whenever I see a Heliod player, I'm like, okay, this is going to be very, very bad. This player doesn't seem to be paying attention to one of the most important aspects of their deck, which is pay 2 mana. Heliod gives another creature lifelink, and then as soon as you gain life, give the creature +1. So they could have done that several times, and they haven't been doing it. So right now, I don't know if they're salty or they're like, why is it waiting for me? Because they don't realize, and I'm not going to point it out to them because that's just going to... I hope they don't think that I was roping them. I just couldn't find my Doomblade. But Liliana's, what do you call it, would still do the job. Alright, as the opponent contemplates what's to do, how's everyone doing today? How's the weather like in your neck of the woods? Does this help to good game the opponent? Or how about a fun emoji? Will that little wolf melt their cold, frozen heart? People love to put these living lands in their decks, and they are very, very good, especially in Standard. But versus a Black Mage, a little less effective. Okay, next turn. Do I want to Rise 7/8/9? 7/8/9, I didn't even have enough mana for it. Well, if I Liliana, I can grab a land and then play my Rise and grab all creatures from all graveyards, which aren't really that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's some good. There's 4 creatures. My side, there's no creature. I don't think I have any creatures in this deck. Gain a little bit of mana, steal everyone's creatures. I think that'll impress them. So if I pull a land off the top, I'll play that. If I don't, I guess I'll +1 Liliana, grab a land, then plays Rise of the Dark Realm, steal everything. It's raining with you at the moment. That's cool. Take a photo, share it on the Discord there, and share and import some of that rain to us over here in Southern California. We need it. Okay, opponent. There we go. Do we want to say that their connection died, or do we want to say that they got so salty because they thought they were gonna get us? And I'm sure they had like pacifism and other arrest effects or whatever, and I was just playing no creatures. I was about to start to make creatures with Liliana's Death Majesty, which makes zombies, but I had no creatures. And yep, the power of Professor Liliana compels you. I'm sure they that was a rope. Let's do one of these. The opponent can think that it's insane in the membrane that was an honorable way to lose the match, I guess. My win rate for that Chase deck. The Chase, Nicol Bolas. Nicol Bolas versus Liliana. The irony is delicious. They get to go first, so... I have a few discard spells, but no ramp. I'm sure they will pretty easily... Oh, there we go. Thoughtseize. Perfect. Alright, turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Cold Steel, play a tap land, that's your funeral. Let's see what you got, Nicol Bolas. There we go. Do not care about any of these things. That's out of the top 13 card. Yeah, none of these cards are good at all. But what do we want to wipe out? We'll just send a message. Miss it. That was worthless. But Black Blade, sure. Play this Cold Steel Heart. I don't want to keep passing priority for the Tormod's Crypt every turn, so we'll wait on that. 3rd mana, they can play their exiled 13 cards if they want, and I missed a land drop. But I can still memory leak them. That'll send a message. And we're going to grab a Chainer's Torment, sure. I think if they grab a land next turn, they can summon Nicol Bolas already, so that's not good. Even though everything that I've done here, no, it's 5 mana, so I'm safe. But I missed a land drop, so I'm far away from my 5 mana removal. Okay, so they've got a Nicol Bolas next turn, and an Emmet. Sure, I missed another land drop. Great. Well, let's keep weakening up this Emmet. That was a 5/5, and then now it is a 2/2. And they won't play anything. If they get a land, they're going to summon Nicol Bolas, and I'm so far away from dealing with it, so... This is such bad luck. There's their final land. Amazing. Okay, GG opponent. Can't play Magic without lands. Even if I got a land, I was still too far away to deal with it. Then on their next turn, they were going to flip it over, and then it's harder to deal with. So let's not waste our time. So I have a 56% win rate on that Jace deck that I was playing a little while ago. Let me see what is my win rate for this Professor Onyx deck. %67 win rate. Actually, wait a minute. 67% for the current season, but 57% for the current and the previous seasons. All my Liliana decks have pretty good win rates, it seems. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, sorry not sorry. What do we want to do here? Remove that enchantment? got a shot of the rain. Raining pretty hard. Does the trampoline accumulate water when it rains too hard? All right, we got Vraska's Contempt. We're pretty safe from... Crawling Barons can come to life, but it'll take a moment. So let's just stock our hand. And anyway, have a Baleful Mastery. Oh, I finally... Oops, they missed another land drop. Sorry about that, opponent. You know that's not fun. I finally saw a cut-up with the messages on the Discord, so you will not be going to San Diego Comic-Con this year. Okay. You mean you also don't have it in your backyard like me? Another land drop opponent? No, there we go. Got all your land drops. Ooh, Neheb is a good card. Neheb was a good card. Now, the flavor fail of Vraska's Contempt is that it exiles a creature. But, ooh, Planar Bridge. But the problem is that Vraska turns them to stone. Alright, they're just gonna discard everything because they want to draw more cards. Okay, fine. Let's set ourselves up with a Planar Bridge. How about another Liliana? Sure. More Liliana's more good.
Let's go digging.
And then they get to draw 2 cards here. That was a completely dire move. Veto. Okay. Now, they're gonna get their 6th mana next turn, so we just need to hold on to... Yeah, I want to ultimate Liliana, but you know how it'll be. It's always...
Going to die eventually anyway.
It's always... They always hit their land drops. I have the Planar Bridge as well, but that's an instant effect, so we'll just hold on to... Yeah, we'll just hold on here to a bunch of mana. Let's see if they get their final land drop and get Olivia. That takes 6 mana. There we go, 6 mana. Okay, congrats. They're going to summon Liliana. They're going to haste her at me, but I've got removal. Alright. Well, a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. Then I can grab something here, and do we want to cycle that away or clean their hand out? Let's clean their hand out. I bet they're holding onto a land. Or whatever they had here, they can get. They can get rid of that. Alright, so then let's get another Liliana. How about Liliana with zombies? That's impressive, right?
Apologies for the secret. Servitude. Think of it as partnership.
Haha, Liliana versus Liliana. Let's give them the... Yay.
Living are just so needy. I brought
Fake.
an old friend.
place it over the dead patches of grass so it can recoup. So what was that? -3. Return to a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. It becomes a zombie. Oh yeah. That never works on my deck because I have no creatures in my deck. But automatically getting back this... Everyone's saying this new demon. Remember on the last set, Mark, we were talking about, here's a new card, and it almost feels like we can make something out of it. And remember, eventually we saw a video of someone that did. This is the one in the newest set now that people are loving. Dreadfast Demon, 7 mana, 6/6, flying. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice a non-demon creature. If you do, create a token that's a copy of this. So if you're sacrificing little 1/1s, or ornithopters or whatever, you can duplicate this 6/6 for free over and over. Okay, how are we at with the gold digging? Going a little bit slower than I would have thought, but been streaming for 1 hour 15 at the moment. But we'll do the gold digging. I'll take a break. We'll do the crack-a-pack, snack chat, etc. I'm not quite planning on doing a draft today, but we'll do other gameplay as well. Yeah, breeding pit, that'll be the cool way. Are there any... Well, if you're playing Golgari, you could have... there are several cards in green that will automatically make, let's say, Saprolings. Obviously, breeding pit, you have to pay the 2 mana upkeep, right? You pay the 2 black mana upkeep to make Saprolings every turn, or Thralls every turn. But something like Tendershoot Dryad or Multani or someone, green creature, they automatically make... Okay, mono blue. Should we waste our time with this Thassa deck? If I don't mulligan into like Thoughtseize or something, I'm not going to continue, because whoever plays Thassa, they're always a CEDH deck, and either full of counter spells or just autopilot. Yeah, this is not going to work out. I played enough Thassa to know that it's an annoying uphill battle. So it's fun for the opponent, but I don't want to waste my time with a Thassa player. Because the play pattern is always the same. They hold up counter spells for the first couple of turns. Then they play that one Cloudkin Seeker, which is a 2/1 flyer that draws you a card. Then on their next turn, 4th land, they can play Thassa. Then at the end of the turn, they recur, they blink that Cloudkin's here, they just keep drawing cards. So they have the card advantage, they have the counterspell advantage, they have the Thassa indestructibility. So it's the same play pattern over and over. At least when I play mono blue decks, I don't play the usual. Sethron, I never see people play this. Whenever this or another non-token Minotaur enters a battlefield, create more Minotaurs. Okay, 5 mana. Alright, so we have to wait until turn 5 for that to matter. We'll probably draw some removal before then. I've been having a lot of fun playing my, that might be either that one Foretell Shock, or that might be that Foretell Discard card. We'll see. But I've been having a lot of fun playing my Oswald artifact deck, the one where you play your commander, you play an artifact, you then swap out an artifact for another artifact. It's been pretty fun. You can kind of steamroll pretty nicely. I'm trying to build it in real life, but a lot of the top-end cards are expensive, and on my commander decks, I just kind of play them as... I build them as whatever I have in my hand. I mean, in my collection, I don't really... Not anymore, after I kind of when I got into Commander and everyone around me was like building decks and everything, and I wanted to keep up with the Joneses, I was trying to buy cards to put in my decks, but then at a certain point I thought this is just an arms race, so I'll just play with cards that I have. Obviously they're not as optimized as some of my other players. Alright, so 4, 5, 6, I have 7 mana. 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. 7 mana to kill Neheb. Shadow's Verdict will only hit mana values of 3. I can exile it. Yeah, let's just press the reset button. Tap me out for a turn, that's fine, but it might tap them out. Alright, Sethron. They have 2 mana open. I could 5, 6, 7, 8. I could Ugin. They probably have Poison Cup then if they've been holding onto that mana. Yeah, let's Ugin. They should reprint Heirloom Minotaur. It would be nice to see some of the 3rd, 4th reprints. It's just so underpowered nowadays, right? It's a 3 mana 2/3, although the art is iconic, but that'd be fun. They've reprinted Scathe Zombies. That was a vanilla creature from a long time ago. They should definitely reprint Heirloom Minotaur. It's much more of a iconic card. Now they could Poison Cup their own creature to scry to see what they're getting. Yeah, they're gonna do it because then they can. That's like big brain tech right there. Kill your own creature, kill your own sad robot, draw a card off of that, scry 2, you get to draw the card you just scried. But then you have to replay your commander. Did you scry into anything good? That's a 4/4. Fine. Fireman's Vessel, fine. Well, I could planar bridge and start to set up some cool stuff. Nah, let's play with the main event here.
The essence of love
Let's Thoughtseize them.
from the essence
Yeah, let's
of
thought. There's better cards in there, but I want to send a message. What do you have in your hand? Alright, Rise of the Dark Realms, do not want. Sethron is back. Oh yeah, that gives a haste. Okay.
Guess you don't need my help.
Well, guess just make it more expensive for them to recast their commander. 7, 8, 9. Advances blasting cannons. No one plays that. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card. If it's a non-land, you may cast it whenever you cast your 3rd spell, transform. Okay. That's a mana rock. No, it's not a mana rock. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, they have plenty of mana to resummon. To resummon Sethron. 7, 8, 9. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have 10 mana in total. And that's enough to also haste. No, that they need 3 mana for that, and I'm sure they'll drop a land. So let's play less optimal, I guess. Sure, they'll drop a land, so they... Okay. Perfect 20, okay. They get to go tutor for anything they want okay, sure, perfect 20. Never happens, but... Search your library for any card. If it's an artifact card, you may put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So, okay, Akroma's Monument. Beautiful. And then they destroy my 2 artifacts. Okay. Well, this is... All their creatures get haste. Gonna have to planar bridge then. That's... You used up all your artifact removal on that. Okay. The Sethron. We got all of that. We're down to 9. What can I planar bridge into? Actually, wait a minute. Everything's got protection from black, so okay, well, GG opponent. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Liliana. There we go. That's untargetable. That's untargetable.
Let us march into battle and make new comrades. I do love a good death wail.
9, 10, 11. Man, I think they can still Nope. I think that was a misplay. I think they had enough mana to resummon Sethron. Huh. Discarding a mana rock. Okay. I need to get rid of that Akroma's Fake.
No, well, this was unpleasant.
How do I get rid of that Akroma's Memorial? I already used up my 5 mana remove anything. Do I have a Meteor Golem in here? I already used up my Universal Solvent. What else do I have here for... Oh, Unstable Obelisk, okay. Or Ulamog. Whenever Ulamog, whenever you cast this spell, okay. I'm at 9. Yeah, I'm still dead. Well, Ulamog doesn't fly, and it's not a cast. And this Unstable Obelisk would be too late. Maybe if I've got a Planeswalker as a target. Yeah, I'm dead. But maybe this 10/10. Maybe this 10/10 will look scary enough, but it's not. They're gonna summon that, have 9 power in the air, untargetable with. Oh, okay, that's not so bad. That's reducing their mana. Conqueror's Galleon. Okay, so they definitely have lethal. They definitely have lethal, and I can't planar bridge into a removal spell because I need a permanent. Yeah, don't have any answers here. Let's try to do... And then I top deck a land. Okay, well, anyway, GG opponent. The Meteor Golem would have helped. I don't have it in the deck because of my self-imposed standards for the deck building. So I don't have any creatures in the deck at all. Just planeswalkers and removal. So in this case, if I had the Meteor Golem in my deck, I could have planar bridged into Meteor Golem and then destroy that Akroma's Monument. Then it would have removed their flying. Plus first strike and protection and all of that. So it just got to the point where eventually there's no way around it. I had to top deck some enchantment removal. That was an artifact, actually, not an enchantment. Alright, we got Watley. Oh, okay, I never see people play this one. But we'll have some green and white tokens or something. Or dinosaurs or something. I know I play that as dinosaurs. Let's take a look at their hand, actually. It's green-white mishmash. Okay, let's get rid of that chariot. If they don't rage quit after that, I don't know why they wouldn't. Then next turn, arterial flow, make them drop more things. Alright, so they really want that. This is what I was saying, the Tendershoot Dryad. 5 mana at the beginning of your upkeep, make a 1/1. And then when you have the City's Blessing, they're all 5/5s. Alright, they can cast their Watley, perhaps. Okay, make all your creatures into mana dorks. That's not enough for the Dryad. Alright, so that was a go wide strategy. It just built up too fast and I didn't get any of my board wipes. There was nothing to do there. Nervies, or Nerves is the opponent. I don't see people play that deck very often. I accidentally clicked the keep. It is a horrible hand. Hey Stevie, welcome. Trying to catch up to this opponent, I accidentally kept the yeah, don't crack your blood token until after you discard. But anyway, I trying to catch up to the opponent and I accidentally clicked the keep, and it wasn't a great hand to keep. Nope, we're gonna do the crack a pack very soon. We're still in the gold digging. It's taking forever, actually. It's taking forever to get my gold digging done. Alright, completely exiled. So I guess they're trying to get to their they're not gonna cast their main commander. I guess they're gonna cast the Blood Avatar. I had a deck with that. Oh, now Drana. Okay, Drana's cool, but a mere vampire ally versus a planeswalker is
Really want to fight me? You'll learn the
not
power
a
of
winning
death.
proposition. I believe when then return a creature planeswalker. Okay, so if they kill Professor Onyx, yeah, they're gonna kill it. Okay, so let it stay in the graveyard. I always make this mistake. Let it stay in the graveyard. Ha, they didn't cast. They didn't cast any creature. Well, they didn't have enough mana. Okay, how about Little Liliana? Liliana. They have removal for that, I can live with that. We need 8 mana for their Blood Avatar. They have 3, 4, 5 mana. Alright, they've got a creature. That's perfect. Because I will Blood on the Snow and bring Liliana back for free. So I get to destroy creatures and bring back my commander for free. Oh snap. How does that even happen?
Is inseparable from the essence.
How about another Liliana? I think I've gotten up to 4 Lilianas in one game. I have 5, maybe 6. So that's always impressive when you have the whole Liliana squad. And if they have Planeswalker removal here, I can recast Professor Onyx. So if they kill the other one, I can't bring it back, but I still have my stronger Liliana. Okay, no problem. I can just recast her. Cruel Celebrant.
New job, new life. Sorry, you don't make the grade.
Missed a land drop, but I've got the Underworld Dreams, and if I ever randomly get the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're still barely at 6. 2 more mana, you can get your Blood Avatar. You need mana rocks in that deck. Choose a creature type. I guess if they count demon, no vampire. Huh. Fine. 7, 8, 9. Do I have any good creatures to steal? I have Drana. I can take Drana. Will that impress them? I think that will impress them. How would I take your Drana? Thusly. So I have 2 Lilianas on the battlefield, and I stole 2 of their vampires, and that's rage quit. So they're playing with a human warlock, and they have a vampire and a vampire ally, and then I exiled over here a human cleric, and then a vampire. So once again, I'm judging people's decks. If you're playing, they're playing a human warlock deck with a demon on the backside, I guess. So the deck should be humans, warlocks, demons. They threw in some vampires, and then they have the random thing and this and that. So perhaps make your deck more consistent. Yeah, the Underworld combo's so good. You've only got it to work once in real life. Well, you need more. You need more demonic tutors in your deck just to set up all your pieces. But yeah, it takes those pieces. Obviously, you need it with 1v1 if you're playing multiplayer. It's less effective. Okay, we finally got the gold digging. Okay, so on the current season, I've got a 60% win rate with that Liliana deck. 12 to 8 matches. But on the current and previous, I have a 54% win rate. 15 to 13. All right, well, we're at our first break. Let's take a break. Then I'll do the crack a pack. I've got some virtual packs, but better yet, I've got some real packs. And we'll do that in just a moment. BRB. Beseech the Queen, that sounds familiar. Is that one that is hybrid mana? Both green and black mana from Lorwyn or Shadowmoor, or that one block? You can look it up over here on the web browser. I think I was gonna get that card when I said, as I said, okay, yeah. It's originally from Shadowmoor. I thought it was Dimir mana, but I was thinking of getting this card. I was looking up tutors, affordable tutors. Again, when I was doing, I count that I've done like 3 ages of Commander. Age 1 was when I just got into it, when James, remember Stevie? James from the club, the tall, thin guy, James. He moved to West Virginia or somewhere. He got me into Commander, and my age 1 of Commander was, my first age of Commander was that I made Nebuchadnezzar deck with all my vintage cards that I had, and I was just trying to learn how Commander worked. Then I tried a little bit to make decks at that time, but then my second age of Commander is when I then started to fall into the trap of over optimizing, and then I was looking up cards about I need to find tutor cards to go get my answers, but then I also need to have good removal, and then I need to do this and this and this, and I was just trying to meta game my play group. And as I said, I think that's an arms race, because there's always cards to buy and spend on, and eventually now I'm on the 3rd age of my Commander building, which is I'll play with the cards that I have. The decks are not going to be optimized, and a lot of the other people in the play group do want to definitely optimize, but I don't want to optimize. I want to play fun things, and I don't want to spend. Someone who shall remain nameless in the play group, not Stevie, is building a brand new deck, and I can already tell it's not going to be fun. But they want to play with certain cards, but do you want to play or have fun, or do you want to win? This is a casual format, and I kind of get a sense that they want to play a little bit more hardcore. A little bit more hardcore than I would like, but we'll see. Anyway, Beseech the Queen, so yeah, either play triple black or 6 generic, or I suppose you can play 2 black and then 2 generic. Search your library for a card with CMC of less than or equal to the number of lands you control. Reveal it. Put it in your hand. Ooh, reveal it. Okay. So if you've got at least 3 black mana, you can go get a land. You can go get a card for 3. And then if you've got more mana, you can get a bigger spell. Yep, and Angie, Alex, all of them we might play at some point, hopefully. Okay, what else was I gonna do here? Okay, so we got the card cam, but first we'll put things a little bit out of order. I'm gonna open up the drink, which for my snack chat, and I've previously drank a variation of this, but if people remember previously, this beverage tepache, which is a traditional Mexican beverage, this one's from a different company. This is Big Easy Pineapple Tepache, a sparkling probiotic drink. So I'm gonna open this up. I didn't check if you're supposed to not agitate it or what. Keep refrigerated, do not shake. Oops. I shook it pretty hard a moment ago, so I might need to wait for it to calm down, actually. So let's wait for it to calm down. I didn't read it, but I shouldn't have shooken it. I shouldn't have shaked it. Alright, so let's switch over here. Let's open up the cards. I might fix my exposure in a moment. Let's do a crack-a-pack. Brand new. cards from the brand new set. So we got the Stencia Uprising as the what do we call it? The pre-release card. 4 mana, enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, create a human. Then, if you control exactly 13 permanents, you may sacrifice this and deal 7 damage to any target. Horrible card. You need to have exactly 13 permanents and you deal damage to only one player. Okay, let's open some real cards. Oh, look at that. Right away I got one of the special frame cards over here. But it's a common. Unholy Officiant. Single white mana. It's a 1/2. Vampire Cleric. It's got Vigilance. So imagine in the old days of Magic, here's a 1/2 for 1 mana with Vigilance. In the old days it would be attacking does not cause Unholy Officiant to tap. That's how it was worded in the old days. Then if you pay 5 mana, as many times as you want, put a +1 counter on this. So yep, one day you can have it get really big. Lacerate Flesh. 5 mana, sorcery. Let me fix my exposure on this. I'm not liking how my camera is a little overexposed. Right there. Lacerate Flesh. Sorcery deals 4 damage to target creature. Create a number of blood tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to the creature. So if you kill a 1/1, you get 3 bloods. If you kill a 4/4, you get 0. Plus you spent 5 mana for that. Definitely a limited card. Cruel Witness. 4 mana. Bird Horror. It's a 3/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, look at the top card of your library. You may put that card. You may surveil 1. Okay. Cool. Piercing Light. Single white mana instant, deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creatures. That's the classic deal damage to a blocker or attacker. But then you also get to scry 1. Moldgraph Millipede. 5 mana. Didn't we talk about this a week or two ago, and we talked about the classic video game Millipede and Centipede? Didn't we talk about this one, where it looks like it would be great art for Dark Ritual? Gift of Fangs. I think we already talked about this Moldy Wolf. No, this is different, actually. This is the Spirit Wolf. The other one was the... Okay, 6 mana for a 6/6. When it enters, you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among other creatures you control. That's dumb. I've only got a 1/1, and then the 6/6, and I gain 1 mana. I gain 1 life. Syncopate, so reprint of that counter spell. Pyre Spawn, 6 mana, 6/4. When this dies, 3 damage to any target, so it fights back with a lightning bolt, a final lightning bolt. Fearful Villager, I think we saw this one. It's a 2/3 and it flips over into a 4/3. Uncommons, Sawblade Slinger, 4 mana, 4/3. When it enters, choose up to 1, destroy an artifact, or have it fight. So built-in fight or reclamation Sage. Lunar Rejection, 2 mana, return target wolf or werewolf creature to its owner's hand. Cleave it, and it's instead return target creature to its owner's hand. So 4 mana, unsummon, but it draws you a card. Or a 2 mana, unsummon, but only targeting wolves or werewolves. Soul Cipher board, 2 mana artifact. This is the Ouija board, and it flips over eventually into a cipher-bound spirit. 3/2 can only block flyers and then draw cards. Ooh, wow, look at that. I got one of the rare cards. This is one of the full art dual lands. Dual lands are always valuable to play with or for value, and it's the full art style. So borderless. I forget what the official name of this style is, but I guess borderless or something. And it's a full art. Enters the battlefield tapped unless you control 2 or more other lands. But if you play your cards right, literally, this will come in untapped. Full art on that. And then we got the black and white island. And we have these. Actually, I'll be right back. I think the cat is hungry because I hear the bowl. Poor little bowl is empty. Be right back. Never mind. It was. I guess he was just playing with something. So he's got plenty of food. Let's open one more real pack, then a virtual pack, and then we'll play some things. So anything looking good so far in what I've opened up? Repository Scab, 4 mana, zombie. It's a 3/3. If it exploits, return spells to your hand. Nurturing Presence, 2 mana aura. Give lifelink, sort of, to your creature. Falcon Wrath Celebrants, 5 mana, 4/4 with Menace. And they create 2 blood. There's that Wretched Thong we've seen before several times. There's that Courier Bat. Mulch. 2 mana sorcery. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all land cards revealed this way into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. Definitely synergistic. Undying Malice. Single black mana. When the creature dies, return it with a +1. Ceremonial Knife. Give a creature +1 whenever this creature deals combat damage, either to a planeswalker, to another creature, or to the opponent. Create blood. A lot of red packs. That's funny. That should be very obvious to notice, but I have not noticed that at all. I think that's part of my problem when I do draft, that I just don't memorize things very easily, because I'm looking at all the cool cards and then I haven't even noticed. But yeah, probably have a lot of red. Here's yet another red card. Hookhand Mariner. This is the 4/4 that has hooks for hands. Laid to Rest. So you can finally get laid in Magic. 4 mana enchantment. Whenever a human you control dies, draw a card. Whenever a creature you control with a +1 on it dies, you gain 2 life. We are not here to mourn their loss. We are here to celebrate their lives. Witness the Future. Oh, that's cool art. She's totally deflecting those attackers or assassins or whatever they are. 3 mana sorcery. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, then put one of them into your hand and the rest at the bottom. So you return 4 things, you draw a card, etc. Radiant Grace, single white mana, enchantment aura, give a creature +1 in vigilance. Whenever this dies, return this transformed. Radiant Restraint, enchant a player. Creature's enchanted player controls enter the battlefield tapped. Okay, so that's kind of cool. You do like Authority of the Console onto the opponent where their creatures come in tapped. And then the rare is a Hamlet Vanguard. Call me when we see the Macbeth Vanguard. 3 mana, Human Warrior, 1/1. It's got Ward 2, so you have to pay 2 extra mana to target it. When this touches the battlefield with 2+1s on it for each other non-human token you control. Okay, so this could come in really big actually. If you've got a bunch of other humans, non-tokens, let's say 3 other humans. 3 times 2, 6. This could be a 7/7 for 3 mana with Ward 2. So definitely a build around, but a green-white human deck should have plenty of humans to help fuel this Vanguard. Pretty fun. And then a full art swamp. There is a cool spirit token, and then the placeholder card. I'm actually missing 1, 2, and 3. I have not gotten 1, 2, and 3 yet. I have 4 through 9, but not the first 3. That's funny. So okay, we opened up some real life cards so far. I've got more to open up. I've liked that I got the full art land. That's really cool. Dual lands are always cool, and it's one of the full arts, so it's going to be more valuable. And then the other one is here too. Yeah, green-white humans. That's often the archetype in the human deck. So we've got a couple of virtual cracker packs to do. Then I'll open the drink. Then we'll play some more. So let's open virtually a pack here. I've got a few that I've been saving. It doesn't show up on my recorder here, but the I like the cards so far, yeah. It doesn't show up on the recording or on the stream, but my stats tracker says I've opened 24% of this new set. I have 257 out of a possible 1068. That's the 4 ofs in there. Build a human deck. That's what I was going to get to, actually, that I was going to say we could build a... I wanted to build a new deck and such, so maybe we'll do that, actually. So remind me in a moment. Let's build a green-white human deck. Full art land. Yep. So let's open some virtual packs. Let's look for more humans and such. Unhallowed Phalanx. Here we go. Human Soldier. It's a 4/2. When it attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, it gains indestructible. So that'll work great with an aggro human deck and with creatures with mentor. How about something like that? A mentor/training human deck with humans giving themselves more powers, and maybe with an anthem effect and the like. So let me make a note of that card. We might use it. Estvald, Shield Basher. So artistic, these names. Rottide Gargantua, 5 mana, 5/4 zombie kraken with exploit. With a touch of bolster. Is bolster on arena? Because obviously I'm building this deck in arena. When Rottide Gargantua exploits a creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature. That's cool. Wild card. Markov Retribution, 3 mana, choose one or both. Creatures you control get +1 until end of turn, or target vampire you control deals damage. All right, so we've got the bite effect in red. Is this the first time ever? Probably not, but it feels like this is only found in green. Oakshade Stalker, human ranger werewolf. You may cast this spell as though it had flash if you pay 2 more. So you can pay 5 mana for a 3/3 human, which then becomes a 6/3 wolf. And the rare is... Hey, Stensia Uprising, the card I just opened in real life. Let's see if I can open also the Hamlet Vanguard. I have the wild cards for it, but let's see if I can open it just like I did in real life. So I opened that repository scab, lantern bearer, bonding geist, griff rider, human knight, flying plus training. Okay, there's a training card. Let's put it in my notes. Griff rider. There's the unholy officiant. I also opened one of those. Undead butler 1/2, mill 3. When it dies, return 1 creature to your hand. There's that wandering mind horror. The rare alchemist's gambit 3 mana. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, damage cannot be prevented. At the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game. So you can pay 3 mana. So take an extra turn, but it's the classic gamble effect. Remember that one? 2, is it gamble? 2 red mana. Take an extra turn. You lose the game after the next end turn. So here's the same thing for 3 mana. But instead, if you pay 7 mana, including blue mana, you just get a free. You get an extra turn. You can cleave out the. You can cleave out the lose the game part. Scattered Thoughts, Upbraid. I really love that art. There's another werewolf here. Weaver of Blossoms 2/3, Mana Dork, Snarling Wolf. There's the Celebrant's Sawblade Slinger. He's a human archer. Oh yeah, this is the one. Rex Sage or fight a zombie. I'll just note it anyway. Sawblade Slinger. Inspired Idea. 3 mana sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Your maximum hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game. Or cleave 5 mana, draw 3 cards. The end. I don't know how I feel about these cleave effects. Some people are saying it's like overload, but not really, because you're changing more than what overload does. The classic Cyclonic Rift, when you overload it, return all opponents' permanents. Without overload, it's return 1 card. When you overload it, return all cards. So it just changes 1 word. Overload just changes 1 word. Cleave can change a whole paragraph. So yes, you're paying extra, but it's not like overload. It's like overload junior. And I don't really feel that it's new. It's a new effect, so I'm sure they've started small and then eventually will get bigger effects. Ooh, that's nice art. Parasitic Grasp. 2 mana instant. Parasitic Grasp deals 3 damage to target human creature. You gain 3. I wonder what the pronunciation of this is, because I know Wizards of the Coast has their official pronunciation of things. Like, when I listen to Mark Rosewater's podcast, he uses their lingo as in mana costs. They talk in terms of, for example, instead of saying blue, they say you, right? Because you say B for black, so they say this costs 1 B instead of 1 black. This costs 4 G, or 2 GGG, and they also kind of use the term card name. That's the generic. Whenever I talk about when Diregraph Scavenger enters the battlefield, I say it when this enters the battlefield as my slang. But in Wizards, they say card name when card name enters the battlefield. So, getting back to cleave, I wonder what the official sort of way to pronounce that is, because visually I can see human is the part that you cleave out if you pay its cost. But how do you pronounce this? Parasitic Grasp deals 3 damage to target cleaved human creature. Who knows? I haven't heard it officially pronounced. And then this Hellkite. Actually, I think I opened 3 of these in real life. and I think it's about the fourth or fifth most valuable card in the set, maybe $10. So you make more dragons when you summon more dragons. I need to put that into my Gadrak deck. That mono red dragons. I'm gonna put it in right now. Actually, we'll build a humans deck, but I'll put that card into the Gadrak deck because I don't want to forget it. But I don't know what to cut. Maybe just a plain old 4/4 flying haste isn't good enough anymore. 6 mana 4/4 haste. Although I feel it's won me the game a few times, because 4 damage in the air is still 4 damage. I think I'm gonna cut one of these. Okay, Blazing Volley, 1 damage to each creature you control. That hasn't been as useful as I would have wanted. That definitely deals with a lot of tokens. But I don't feel that it's been as effective as I would have liked. There's too many instances where I tried to do enough damage to... And I think that one's better because that's instant. Yeah, so we'll remove the Blazing Volley. Got a new dragon in the deck. Okay, let's start to build this deck, but first, let me see about trying to open this up and taking a sip before it gets warm. Alright, no gas explosion. Definitely smells like pineapples. This is pineapple flavored carbonated beverage, traditional Mexican beverage, tepache. Nicely carbonated. Has a very good pineapple flavor. Very refreshing. It doesn't taste as fermented as other tepaches that I've had. This is a fermented beverage, so it can lean towards the yeasty, beery flavor. That fermented flavor, that classic kombucha beer yeast flavor when things get fermented. It doesn't feel like it has that. A lot of times also kombuchas and the like have a very vinegar flavor. This is not kombucha, but it's kind of in that family. This fermented, especially since they're putting probiotics and everything now. It just kind of tastes like a really nice, just regular old soda, pineapple soda. Has good aftertaste of pineapple. Doesn't taste artificial sweetener. So it's got tepache culture, which is purified water, organic cane sugar, organic dairy-free probiotic culture, organic pineapple, organic blue agave inulin, which is a soluble dietary prebiotic fiber. So the only sugaring comes from the pineapple. Contains 12% juice. If you look at it very carefully, I don't think the camera will pick it up, but if you look very carefully, maybe if it focuses, you do see a lot of the little probiotics swimming around and living in there. Yeah. It's almost focusing. I think it's too, they're still too small. But there's a little bit of like silt floating around down there, which is supposed to be the good for you type of bacteria. Okay, so let's build this green-white humans deck. Are there any good green and white? Green and white. Siona, 3 mana, 2/2, human soldier. When this enters, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal an aura. Put that into your hand, put the rest at the bottom. Whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a creature, create a soldier, human soldier. So we could do that. We've also got Shauna. Actually, Shauna's a very good one. I see people play that. Shauna, 2 mana, 0/0, human warrior. Shauna cannot be... Alright, no problem, we'll be here. Shauna cannot be the target of abilities your opponents control, so she can be targeted, but she can't be the target of abilities. Shauna gets +1 for each other creature you control. So I'm thinking also putting in the Black Blade Reforged to make her really big. No evasion, however. Black Blade. So that's a possibility. I got a lot of humans, and she could be like a 7/7 or something. We also have Tauren's Fist of Angels. 3 mana, 2/2 with training. Whenever you cast a creature, create a green and white human. I think this is the one we're going to build it with. Because you just get more humans for just casting more humans. Maybe even the monuments. Oketra Monument, and then the green monument. Arona's Monument. We'll look those up one moment. And Maja, Retrograde Protector, Human Warrior 2/3. Other creatures get +1 whenever a land enters the battlefield. Create a human. So I think I'm going to put all of these 4 humans into the deck. But maybe the one I want as my main commander, I'll go with Shauna as the main commander because she'll be able to be summoned right away. That always scares the opponent. And then resummonable. Yeah, let's make Shauna the commander. And then we will... green, white humans. Pick a cool sleeve. Got so many nowadays. Okay, and then as I said, I'll also put these other ones in the deck. Maybe we'll put all the legendary humans. Although Tomik is not great. Lands on the battlefield and land cards in graveyards. Any graveyards cannot be the target of spells or opponents. Your opponents cannot play lands from their graveyards. That's such a hate card, but it doesn't do anything. Adeline, power is equal to the number of other creatures. Whenever you attack, create more humans. Yep, that's a good one. Danitha with equipment is amazing. Thanks for hanging out, Stevie. Have a good rest of the night. Be on the lookout on the Discord about the next get-together that we'll have. Thanks for joining. When Taranika attacks, untap another thing until end of turn. That creature has base power of 4/4 and indestructible. So maybe Baird is pretty cool. 2/4 vigilance, and then taxes your opponents so that they can't attack. Quende is really cool. Double strike. Creatures you control with first strike then have double strike, but 2/2 double strike with some equipment or aura should be cool. Manjara 2/4 lifelink. Whenever an opponent attacks with a creature, if 2 or more of those attack you, draw a card. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell, draw a card. Yep, that's cool. Never played with that card actually, but let's put all of these cool humans in the deck. Lina, Selfless Champion 3/3. When this enters, create 1 soldier for each non-token creature. So if I already got a bunch of creatures, I get more creatures. Sacrifice this creature. All my creatures get, with power less than Lina, gain indestructible. So all my 2/2s and 1/1s get indestructible. That's not too amazing. Kind of expensive. Finn is the Death Toucher with a little bit of sneaky poison. Jolrael is a cat lady. Surferin 2 mana 2/2. When this attacks, another creature gets +X, where X is Surferin's power. You have to pump up Surferin, then the other creature's worth it. Azusa for land drops. Sereth. Other tapped creatures you control have Death Touch. Other untaps have hexproof and do that. Okay, cool. Whoops. And we'll put Azusa in there. So we have all of these amazing legendary... all of these amazing legendary humans. And then we'll keep building the deck. I want to put my usual mana rocks plus fetch lands. So artifact, 2 mana artifact. Alright, welcome back. Oh, and hey Gabe, welcome as well. We're in the middle of building a human deck. Here's what I've got so far. So welcome back, Mark, and welcome, Gabe. So here's what we've got so far. I'm going with Shana, Sisei's Legacy. 2 mana. She's a 0/0. Cannot be the target of abilities my opponents control. So hexproof versus abilities. She gets +1 for each creature. So there's going to be lots of creatures. And she's going to get really big. So... just making some notes here. Then I put in a bunch of cool humans. So Finn's a 1/3 with Death Touch plus poison. Jolrael draws me more cards. Adeline. It's going to be the green-white humans deck. Then I'm trying to think of the sub-theme of equipment or auras, that sort of thing. It's a go-wide strategy. Anthems are going to be in there. Adeline, she's an X4. Power is equal to the number of creatures. Whenever she attacks, make more creatures. Danitha, 2/2, first strike, vigilance, lifelink. Auras and equipments cost less. So I think that's another reason to also focus on auras and equipments. Linden, whenever you attack, gain life. Sigrid, 2/2 flash, first strike. When she enters, exile up to 1 target attacker or blocker until Sigrid leaves, so you can kind of exile something, or at least a 2/2 first strike. Azusa for some mana ramp. Siona, here's another enchantment matters card. It's Historic Brawl, so commander. Siona 2/2, when she enters, look at 7 cards, reveal any aura, and when you play auras, create humans. Torrens, whenever you play any creatures, make more creatures. Baird 2/4 Vigilance, tax your opponent unless they pay 1 mana for each attacker. So Prison Realm. Quende 2/2 Double Strike. Manjara 2/4 Lifelink, plus when the opponent attacks with too many creatures, you draw a card. Plus when they cast too many spells, you draw a card. Sereth 3 mana. This is pretty interesting. Other tapped creatures you control have Death Touch. Other untapped creatures you control have Hexproof. Then when in a tap, untap another target creature or land you control. Sir Alan 4/4 First Strike. Whenever this attacks, other creatures you control get +1. And Maja 2/3, other creatures you control get +1. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 human. So a lot of human stuff going on there. I was about to add my mana rocks in here, then the lands. So Signet, Steel, Heart, Guardian Idol, Mind Stone, and Ornithopter. That's my standard package of mana rocks. Then we'll add the fetch lands. So it's 100 card. It's 100 card Historic Brawl. So it's commander. Let's go search for our fetch lands. Evolving Wilds, Fabled Passage, Terramorphic Expanse. Put in Ghost Quarter and Field of Ruin to deal with their problematic lands. Then we need some dual lands. How do I search for dual lands? Did you put the card in? The green one that I just opened. Oh, you're right. Not yet. I'll keep it handy right here. I haven't put it in yet, but I'll put it in just one moment. Let me put in my mana base, and then we'll put in this, the whole point of the deck, right? So I want, how do you search for only dual lands on this? Guess you can't, but go over. To the dual land section. Okay, pathway, farmland, Sunpetal Grove, Shockland, Scryland. $50 lands. It didn't auto. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, 40 lands. But I also want to put some cool art. I want to put in the full art. Full art lands. Let's go with this one. This one. And I think there's a way, how can I... Here we go, 15. Yeah, well, it's still a bunch of clicks. But okay, 15 of those. Okay, 40 lands. Let me save what I have so far. We'll put in this Hamlet Vanguard. Don't have one yet. There we go, the main reason there. I want the idyllic tutor so that I can go get My anthem effects. Oh, you can also do Sylvan Anthem. Green creatures you control get +1 whenever a green creature enters. I don't think I have a big mass of green creatures. It's kind of okay. I'll put both of these anthems in there. Maybe one more. How do I search for all anthems? Control get, control get, control get. Plus enchantment. Where's Cathar's Crusade? That one's always Cathar's Crusade. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1. That's going to win the game there, because if I'm making a bunch of tokens, every time a token enters, it's going to +1 everything that I've got, including the tokens. So that's going to snowball. Put one more anthem effect, perhaps. Humans you control get +1. Tap 2 humans. Tap another creature. I thought there were more anthems than this. Path of Bravery. As long as your life total is greater than or equal to your starting life, all your creatures get +1. Whenever one or more creatures you control attack, you gain life equal to the number of attackers. That's kind of a somewhat of an anthem. Put that one, and then the Sanctuary Lockdown. Okay, so we'll put those as our anthems. I need more creatures. As I'm building the deck, of course, everyone feel free to say stuff or blurt stuff out. Ketra's Monument. White creature spells cost 1 less. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a warrior. Perfect. Then we've got Rona's Monument. Whenever you cast a creature spell, target creature gets +2 and trample. Okay, that's also going to help kind of put the game over. Even if it's not reducing the green spell too much. Yeah, I think both of the monuments there will work pretty well. What else did I have here on my notes? Okay, yeah, stuff about some of these creatures. Exactly, the whole inspiration for the deck. So I put it in there now. I know what I need in the deck also. Parallel Lives and Anointed Procession. Because that doubles the tokens and such. have 23 creatures so far. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with 25 creatures, and then so what are the biggest humans? Flight of Equinauts, 8 mana for a 4/5 flyer. But with Convoke, it might even be free. 4/5 flyer. That's not too impressive. Oh, Inspiring Commander. Whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Okay, that can steamroll as you have a lot of tokens entering. Maybe one more. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1 counter on each other creature you control. Yep, that's a good one. All right, so we're going to go with 25 creatures. I am at 79 out of 100 cards. Okay, so I also want to set up with some... Oh, I said I wanted Parallel Lives. I don't have one of those. Do I want it? If an effect would create 1 or more tokens under your control, it creates twice that many, which is then the green version of Anointed Procession. If an effect would create 1 or more tokens, it creates twice that many, so both of the token doublers. Soul Warden for the life gain, I think that'll work pretty well. Especially on turn 1. Yep, let's put Soul Warden in there. Oh, while I'm here, we need a couple of graveyard removals, so Soul Guide Lantern. Oppressive Raise? Well, it must not be on Arena. Yep, not here. So let's put in... We have a brand new Lantern as well, Lantern of the Lost. So we'll put in a couple of graveyard removal things. People always have graveyard stuff. And then equipment. Definitely want Black Blade Reforged. So leather armor for some ward, shadow spear, flying evasion, Black Blade Reforged, mirror shield. Those don't sound familiar like they're on Arena, but I don't doubt that they're good. Good humans. Okay, we put in a few in there. Okay, I need to now put removal. I haven't put any removal, so I think I'm going to finish the deck with removal. Might have to do version 2. So, removal. Let's start with the usual banishing light, borrowed time to get rid of anything. Conclave Tribunal. Cast out. Ixalan's Binding. Okay, 5 pinpoint removal. Then we'll put the board wipes. Wrath of God, Doomscar, Fumigate. Cleansing Nova. Okay, here's version 1 of the deck. So version 1, just a quick look one more time, then we'll play a little bit with it. So we've got Shana. She gets +1 for every other creature. Tormod's Crypt. Graveyard removal. Soul Warden, always a good card. Kitesail. Cliffhaven Kitesail gives a creature flying. I might have a lot of creatures, but sometimes they need evasion, so this is an auto. Is an auto equipment. Gives a creature flying. Lantern of the Lost exiles graveyards plus draws a card. Leather Armor gives a creature a ward and a +0/+1. Shadow Sphere, that's just an amazing card. Gives a creature +1/+1 trample and lifelink. Pay 1 to remove hexproof and indestructibility. Lantern, exile graveyards or draw a card. Sunhome Stalwart, 2 mana, 2/2 first strike, mentor, so put on some equipment on that. Did you put that green human? Yeah, that was the Verdant, what do you call him, right? The Hamlet, the one that I opened in real life, right? Hamlet. Yeah, right there. Hamlet Guardian. Vanguard. So we got a Death Touch creature, draw cards, Cities in Training. I think I'm gonna take that one out. I think I put another equipment. We'll figure out one more thing. Maybe a Planeswalker. Yeah, let's round it off with one Planeswalker. So Planeswalker. I think so. Okay, we can maybe Huatli, 4 mana, put a loyalty counter on Huatli for each creature I control. So in theory, I could plus her pretty fast. The ultimate, -8, you get an emblem with whenever a creature enters the battlefield, draw a card. You can make Huatli ultimate very quickly if you've got a few creatures. You could be, that +1 could be like a +4, and you can get to that -8 pretty fast and then keep doing it. I think I've stacked like 2 emblems before, so draw 2 cards every time a creature enters the battlefield. You don't even have to cast it, so I think she's going to be a good human for this deck. Yeah, let's just play it a little bit, and then we'll see some tweaking. So, okay, everyone, take notes, because I forget very easily, but let's take notes versus the opponents about when we triage, when we figure out how this deck could have handled that opponent. We'll think about the next version of the deck. Okay, we're dealing with mono black here, so we're going to have a lot of removal. Obviously, the way to deal with a lot of removal is to have indestructibility effects, which I don't have. So that'll just be one of these, like, it is what it is. Thank you. Let's give it a shot here. So, Shockland. I could bring in my commander already, but again, it's going to be mono black. It's going to be full of removal. So, I can play Jolrael and have her be a target of removal. If she doesn't die, that's even better. But I'm fine losing her. Next turn, Path of Bravery. Okay. Alright, so if they hit me with that 2, I lose the +1, but then I can play the Glorious Anthem. Get another +1. I have no removal so far. I have Cobbled Wings for evasion. That's a 1/1. And that's a Phyrexian Reclamation. A Disenchant. I'm missing those types. Well, I'm missing enchantment removal. Sarith does cool things, although she'll definitely be a target for removal. But I guess it would be better if I lose simply this flyer. If they double block here, that's fine. Okay, they're going to double block, draw 2 cards. A 1 card. Next turn, I suppose, Glorious Anthem. They've got 5 mana for Gisa. Nope, they've got Fleshback. Great. Okay, there's my removal. Okay, so... just set up a little bit more. Gisa is sacrifice a zombie to make more zombies. Now they have 5 mana for Gisa. So let's see if they summon it, and then I'll exile it. Set them back a little bit. Nope, okay. Oh. This feels like it's gonna be... This feels like they have their go wide strategy and they have a lot of removal, so how do we deal with that? There's another removal, we just have to wait for them to run out of cards. They've used 1 removal. That Marauder was creature-based removal. Torment. Alright, as long as that doesn't get +1/+1, we might be okay. Man, I really needed another creature. Alright, so I don't know. Think about whatever you want to say about how we could have won that one. But it was just a lot of removal. So I thought already as soon as I saw that player, mono black player, well, they're just gonna kill everything that I cast, so there's no way around that unless I have an indestructibility instant or heroic intervention or whatever it's called to give my creatures hexproof. So here we have mono green, Vorinclex. Okay, so Vorinclex is about ramping. I have that removal there. The monument. There's their ramp. So that disenchant, I definitely need to add that enchantment removal. I have Cleansing Nova, which... Okay, they've already ramped into their commander, so okay. It doesn't have haste, so I'll be able to exile it. So they're gonna feel really good. They're gonna feel really good getting their commander out so fast, but then I've got removal for it. They had enough to already... No, actually that's 8 mana for Vorinclex. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Soon. Okay. Doomscar in case I need to... In case I need to do a reset button. They might play their Rex Sage and kill my monument, who cares? But they'll probably get greedy and want to get out their... Okay, there we go. Now, I think even as soon as they summon Vorinclex, it's game over for me, right? Because whenever an opponent taps a land for mana, that land does... Okay, it loses 1 turn of untapping. For some reason, I thought it decreased the amount of mana. But, well, I want the Procession and Torrens. Alright. We have 1 hidden card. They will not be able to summon that next turn. I'll put Doomscar off to the side. Oops, they have the end runners. That's bad. That's coming next turn. So okay, I need to put away Doomscar for... They didn't destroy my borrowed time. Target player gains 7. Put target non-creature permanent on top of its owner's library, so they'll just send that back. Target player shuffles their graveyard. Search your library for a whatever. Okay, so they're just gonna toss my exile spell on top of my library. But let's put a Doomscar reset button, because I'm sure they're going to summon that boar and give everything plus whatever, whatever. So I'm going to have to then reset the board next turn. If they it would be better if they destroyed the... Oh, yeah, they're going to destroy that. Okay, that's fine. They're going to get it back, but it doesn't have haste or whatever. If they attack with whatever, I'll just block here anyway. And then wipe the board next turn. Okay, never mind. So they ramped really fast, and then all my mana doesn't untap, so that's game over. Let's add some of that enchantment removal. Let's see here. Forgot good old disenchant and naturalize. Disenchant right there and naturalize. Again, we've got to remove two things. So, alright, so we added a couple of enchantment removal. So how I could have come back from, how I could have turned it around versus the last opponent. I needed more mana. I think I missed a little bit of mana, so that was a luck sort of thing, because then I would have been able to Doomscar. I was missing 1 mana, and since Vorinclex locked down my mana that didn't untap, I guess the mana rocks would have also helped. So I think that's just just a bad matchup. This seems to be stuck. It doesn't have the cancel, and it doesn't have wait, and it has waiting for opponents, so I think something's stuck. Yeah, that reminds me, I think someone gave me a free game code. What kind of freaking bug is this that it waited forever and then it becomes a draw? Are you kidding me? Alright, so Troxel, that one is blue-black. That's that brand new slug. Here's another opponent that's taking forever for some reason. Alright, so there's no removal here. Am I once again too late on removal? I definitely feel in Brawl that you have to put a big emphasis on removal. I love having 24 creatures, but obviously with the opponent, if you're not going to play against someone else. So there's no reason to take that long. Plus, again, I'm already predicting that with that black deck, it's just going to be removal on everything I cast. The algorithm is matching me weird. Alright, so humans versus humans. Well, there's cost 6 mana. And they get to go first. Yeah, I don't know if it's me or what, but every opponent so far has been stuck or slow or something. Okay. Can work with this. No removal, but we'll see. Right. Third turn mentor. Or maybe I should set up for the commander. Inspiring commander. 3 mana for a pacifism, maybe? Oop. Alright, so they're cultivating, they're going to get out their commander pretty fast. They're going to landfall into a lot of creatures. I need either one of my exile effects or board wipes. One thing that I don't like about putting out a Tormod script is that it's always checking for response. And obviously there's no way to really program it so that it doesn't... yeah, I definitely need removal next turn, or they're going to start to snowball with their own humans. Not removal, okay. Like, this is what I'm saying, it really, really feels that the... on these 1v1s, you need more removal than you would think. So if they landfall, which I don't doubt they can easily do, I don't doubt that they will play whatever the other cultivate is in this format. So there's one landfall. And they played it as, they took a shock off of that, so what are they going to do with 6 mana? Probably mulch or something. There we go, Harrow, obvious. This is so obvious sometimes. So they're going to play 2 lands and get 2 more humans, and they have 3 mana left. Oh, actually, they've got 1 million mana. Okay. So I need my Wrath of God, or targeted removal to Maja. Nope, how about some more land drops? Alright, come on, disenchant. That's not a human. So sorry, opponent. I have no respect for you anymore. You just put in a creature because it's a creature. Not because it's a human. Well, if I can get my Black Blade reforged, I can attach it to that Ornithopter, and I'd be attacking in the air with a 5/5 +5/5. Well, Soul Warden so far is keeping me in the game. They have 10 power, create more soldiers, so they also went through the route of token generators there. So if they have that Anointed Procession, they can bounce with the Murasa, tap all my opponent's creatures, and then they get the plus. Okay. Well, they just ramped really fast into what they wanted again. I don't know. What's a triage for that? They just got everything that they needed. Okay, so I think I can, I think I've got a game code that I got from a fan. Let's see if that works. Code success. Okay, so I got a free pack on that. Let me just respond to them really fast. Well, I'll do that later. So we got a booster pack of Strixhaven. So so they were about to tap me all out. It's about removal. I think there's plenty of land stuff, but what am I ramping into? The point of Harrow and Cultivate and such is to ramp into something, but what am I ramping into? I think Settle the Wreckage would have really helped on that. That's what I need. Settle the Wreckage. That opponent was just about to alpha strike me with, lethal. And if I had the Settle the Wreckage, that would have taken care of that. What's this? I never see people play this one. What are we dealing with here? Oh, it's Nikia. This is the one that I see Quentin plays this one in real life, which is very annoying. You cannot cast non-creature spells. Whenever you tap a land, double it. Okay, so this is going to be some sort of massive land ramp into something. There's a disenchant. There's a binding. Let's give this a try. I go first. They've got red, so I'm sure that's just going to be a shock onto Shauna, but I guess that's fine. They're mulliganing a lot, either with bad luck or they're trying to... Nope, they were getting the... They weren't getting what they needed, so okay. So versus that opponent, they were trying to, I guess, also ramp into their 5 mana commander, I guess. Okay, so here we have a black white commander, so obviously it's just gonna be a lot of targeted removal, damaging me versus okay, so non-creature spells damage me. It's a drain, -2 to me, +2 to them, with non-creature spells. So they're gonna rely on that, but they're also gonna rely on pinpoint removal in black, which is obviously plentiful. Doomblade, Killian, missing land drops. Okay. I'm gonna Doomblade my Sisay and then attack for 2. Sigrid has Flash and First Strike. Gift of Estates is worthless. We both have the equal number of mana. Gift of Estate works when someone has more mana. What did that do, actually? Nothing at all? Sorcery. If an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for up to 3 planes, reveal them, put them into your hand. We had the exact same number of lands. Gift of Estates was completely worthless. And I'll flash in Sigrid if they think about attacking safely, because they've got Menace. Although they do have 3 black mana open. It is pausing for priority, so they probably do have Murder. Or the like. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that opponent made too many mistakes. Gift of Estates, first of all, people always assume that's just automatically going to ramp them, but we had the exact same number of mana, number 1. And then over here, they did Valor Stance. Choose 1. Target creature gains indestructible. Okay, that got indestructible. So they thought I was going to double block here. Great. But then they obviously saw Sigrid, and they could have read Sigrid. And then when I exile their Killian, they're like, too many mistakes, I guess. Omicron. Yeah, sounds like a transformer. Because it is transforming, isn't it? Yeah, the US is restricting air travel from a few countries starting Monday. So, thank you. So that's, yep, that's a new strain. I need to get my booster. So Lathless, that's going to be a lot. Okay, it's mono red, so they're just going to torch everything of mine. See, how do you deal with these opponents that are just so one-minded? And this is the thing about the matching algorithm. I'm playing a humans deck. All of these humans are so perishable, and then here we have a mono red player that's just going to toast everything. So I know that the chat is slow, but tell me in the chat there, how would you even play against this opponent? See, that it's already pausing for priority on a single red. They have a shock, or they have a lightning bolt. So how do we deal with this type of opponent? This is obviously not a tournament setting. It doesn't even matter. I would personally not even play this opponent because they're just going to torch everything. But people always tell me Then you gotta play it till the very end, because you never know what amazing trick will happen, and you can tell your grandkids about it. But we'll see. You definitely have the one red mana. They already have enough mana for their commander, then an opportunistic dragon, which will steal my Black Blade. If I get one, well, I'm still far away from Fumigate. So, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's enough mana for their commander, but we'll hold them off a little bit. No, they're still going to play their 6th mana on ramp. There we go. And then next turn I can Fumigate. It'll bring me back my Black Blade. Why is it pausing for a priority? That doesn't make sense. So they're missing a land drop. They just pulled a land off the top. They have a bunch of burn spells in hand, clearly. Irencrag Feet. Alright, well, they're gonna waste all their mana on resummoning their commander, but I have one more removal there. I guess just for a target for them to torch Siona. 6 plus 7, draw a card off of that. 7th mana right there. They need 10 for Lathless. Chandra, that's amazing.
Start at a sizzle and see if you make it. Hope it's not too hot for you.
They still have one mana. Let's see if I can equip Black Blade before Siona gets torched. Oh, okay. And then let's take out that Planeswalker.
Reduced to embers.
That was a misplay. I should have brought out my path and then attacked. So now I've got an 8/8 human. Cobbled wings to give me a flyer. There's no real card draw in this deck either. Gold span, sure. Alright, so Manjara taxes them for attacking. That's not so bad. But then I also get card draw if they cast multiple spells. 7, 8, 9, 10. They've got enough mana for Lathless. I have no more removal. I'm going to start making free dragons right after that. So we'll probably go for their Lathless, or unless they're traumatized from 3 or 4 removal spells. It's spooky how two Magic players that played in the 90s think alike to play Magic 25 years later. Yeah, they have plenty of mana to summon Lathless. Their treasures are worth 2 mana now because of that dragon. I should probably attach my Black Blade to Manjara, and that will lifelink me. So let's see if we can do that. Yeah, okay. Put another land. Ooh, settle the wreckage. Put in flying. I guess we'll just equip it here for no reason. Attack with everything. I have 1 mana left. I mean, 1 life left. Okay. I have 1 blocker. I've got 3 attackers. Although they're all there's 2 out of the 3 are vulnerable. Of course, they can do 4 damage to everything. Although they're gonna kill their own creature. Sundering Stroke. Okay. We'll do it that way. I guess it just draws them, that just makes them a, gives them an extra turn, although they still have 6 mana. They'll probably attack, make another mana, and then they've got 2 for... They just need to make a blocker. They still have 6 mana, so I'm sure they'll attack, get greedy, but make a treasure, and then that doubles their mana. There we go. There's a haste creature, but I draw a card off of that. They cannot attack me because they don't have mana. They don't have mana to pay for the attack. Actually, never mind. I'm thinking of a different creature. I was thinking of Baird is the one that taxes them. I don't think they can do anything with 2 mana, so that might be maybe game over. I'll keep that Settle the Wreckage on hand to, never mind. But okay, now I got a great story to tell my grandchildren. So very surprising in that mono red deck that they used no direct damage, except for that 1 card at the very end here to deal 2 damage to 2 things and then me. But it's a good thing I had all of that removal, and then so once again is what I'm saying about the removal is just way more important in this format. Alright, so here's a green and white tokens deck. Got removal, Oketra's Monument, Cathar's Crusade. We'll be civil and just crack our fetch land right away. No need to do it at the end of the opponent's turn, which that matters in real life, but not in the fast-paced digital format. Set up Oketra's Monument to make more creatures. Reading and rereading. Oops, they're passing with open mana. Clearly they have removal there, so I'm not taking the bait. And it's also pausing for priority. So it might be the draw a card white spell, or it might be a flash creature. We'll just pass. It might be that one flash enchantment that exiles the attacker. Or it might be make 2 squirrels. So remember, we're dealing with a token deck. A slow token deck player. Oops, they're going to disenchant my monument. There we go. Who cares? Okay, so let's hexproof our commander, hold back a little bit. You should have saved your naturalize for that. I'm sure you still have another one though. Sprouting Renewal, 3 mana, destroy artifact or enchantment. So there's plenty of disenchant effects. No attacks. Okay, they missed the land drop. 5 mana. Let's just play the Cathar's Crusade already. So now we just need to get creatures. Pausing for priority again, so... What other instant or... Oops, they're gonna destroy that one. Fine. See, what did I say about removal? Still not getting their good stuff. Okay. Still don't feel safe to attack. Although with 3 mana, could just be their Day of Revelation. And I have hexproof anyway, so I think we'll be okay. Oh, they're gonna destroy my mirror shield, and then they can target? Nope, okay. There we go, you finally got your 4th mana. If they pass with 4 open mana, that's obviously gonna be a settle the wreckage. Nope, Planeswalker, okay. That'll just make more tokens.
Itself cannot halt my quest for justice. I am proud of my comrades.
So they do have 4 power. I'll keep my keep my lantern to exile their graveyard if they get Elspeth into the graveyard. Parallel lives. Okay, there's that make multiple copies.
Courage will bloom in all who seek justice.
Okay, so let's just hit that planeswalker. Then let's exile it. Anthem. And get that disenchant, so to get rid of those parallel lives. Yeah, 5 mana for Trostani. Okay, Oketra. Okay, this is big trouble. This is just gonna make zombies. Double zombies. There was Anointed Procession, which was the green version of Parallel Lives, which doubles all... Oh, no, actually, that other one. It was Felidar Retreat, I believe. Landfall. Whenever you play a land, either give all your creatures +1, or make a 2/2 cat. So they already had too much of a critical mass of attackers plus the plus. I couldn't use Swift Response against Oketra because it's got Vigilance. So there was too much to try to take apart on that deck, on that player. I needed there the Settle the Wreckage or the Wrath of God. Plus I needed the other disenchants. Okay, so mono black with trying to make me discard everything. Turn 1 Thoughtseize. Or Inquisition, same thing. Alright, so this opponent is gonna be the make me discard everything until they get to their commander. Or targeted removal. Cast out will help me versus that enchantment. Or I should probably save it until save that cast out until Turgrid, which would be next turn. Okay. So... they'll attack, they'll boost. Have to sacrifice something. I'll just sacrifice my commander. Can resummon it relatively easy. You're gonna attack again, but I have a sacrificial creature. Ugh, Doom Whisper is gonna be annoying as they... well, they're tapped out. Okay. So, I need to get this. That's funny, they didn't pay for any life on that. There's Turgrid. Okay, this is bad because if I wipe the board here, they're just gonna steal. Actually, they're not really gonna steal anything. There's 7 mana. Discard my final 2 cards. Now, eventually that zombie army gets lifelink. So I need to disenchant that enchantment. So I think I'm seeing a pattern. I don't know if this is just recency bias, but I'm seeing the pattern that I've seen people with a lot of enchantments or artifacts. So I've only got disenchant and naturalize, but there's still more. Alright, well, had enough of this deck. So I'm going to take a little break and then we might wrap up after a little bit of crack a pack, but let's take a short break. All right, so let's open one more pack of real cards. Maybe play one more game and then wrap up for the night. I've been streaming 3 hours 47 minutes. So I think that'll be a good amount of time. Let's see what else we can pull from another Innistrad Crimson Vow booster. Got another cool border card, Belligerent Guest. See if we can get it to focus. Belligerent Guest, 3 mana, creature vampire, 3/2 with trample. Whenever this deals combat damage, create a blood token. Heron of Hope, 4 mana, bird, 2/3 flying. If you would gain life, gain that +1. Pay 2, this gains lifelink. Skywarp Scab, a zombie drake, 5 mana, 2/5 flying. When this enters, exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard, draw a card. You may do all of that and draw a card. Perish Blade Trainee, 2 mana, 1/2 with training. When this dies, put all its counters on target creature. So if it gained a lot of counters, you can pass those counters to someone else. Snarling Wolf, single green mana for a 1/1, but then pay 2 and it becomes a 3/3 once per turn. Unhallowed Phalanx, 5 mana. Enters tapped, but it's a 1/13. It's a 1/13, so obviously that works with those effects that you can have toughness deal damage instead of power. Although it doesn't have trample or anything. Another Pyre Spawn. Chill of the Grave, 3 mana instant. This will cost 1 less to cast if you control a zombie. Tap a creature, it doesn't untap 1 turn, and you draw a card. So it could be 2 mana, tap and draw. Ragged Recluse, 2 mana. Human Peasant, 2/1. At the beginning of your end step, if you discarded a card, this turn transform. And transforms into... those Unhallowed seem to pop up a lot. The Unhallowed Phalanx? Yeah. In theory, it is... I don't know, maybe because of the 13, the lucky 13. So when this flips over, Odious Witch, 3/3, Human Warlock. Whenever this attacks, defending player loses 1, and you gain 1. So she starts off as a 2/1, becomes a 3/3 once she learns the Dark Arts, and becomes a Warlock. Retrieve, 3 mana. Sorcery, return up to 2 target creature cards, and up to 1 target enchantment. No, wait, and up to 1 target non-creature permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So 3 mana to get 3 things out of the graveyard back to the hand. Return up to... No, never mind. Return... I don't know where I'm getting all of these numbers from. Return up to 1 target creature, and then up to 1 non-creature permanent. So you can get a creature plus an enchantment, or a land, or whatever. 2 things for the price of 3 mana. Screaming Swarm, 6 mana, flying 4/4, bird horror. Whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures, target player mills that many cards. So if you attack with a big old squad, they mill a lot. 3 mana. Put this from your graveyard into the library, second from the top, so you can keep coming back. Alluring Suitor, 3 mana vampire, 2/3. When you attack with exactly 2 creatures, transform this. So this doesn't have to attack. As long as you attack with 2 creatures, 2 tokens, let's say, this transforms. And when it transforms, it becomes a Deadly Dancer, 3/3 trample. When this creature transforms, add 2 red mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose mana as steps and phases end. And then spend that 2 mana. Deadly Dancer and another target creature get +1. That's a lot of hoops for not too much impressiveness, I guess. And the rare is the Headless Rider. I think I already had this one. 3 mana. It's a 3/1. Whenever this or another non-token zombie you control dies, create a 2/2 black zombie. So your zombies die and keep coming back, including this, but not the tokens. And we have a full art forest and a full art foil island. Let's examine that. The foil effect is pretty nice. I think I would have really liked it if it was around the mana symbol. It's not on the mana symbol, it's around it, but I mean on it. And sometimes they put some nice foiling on certain things, for example, the eyes of characters. But on a landscape, well, everything's foil. And the token. And the flip card, number 9. Yeah, I'm still not getting 1, 2, or 3 out of this. I don't know what the rarity on that is. We'll save these others for the next stream. 2 more or 3 more to do on the next stream. We need to have the mystery. So, and the incentive to come back. So we'll have those 3 for next time. We'll play a little bit more, some other deck. And like I said, I've been having fun with this mono white artifact musical chairs deck. You love the holographic ones. Yep, all of these, technically they call them premium. Wizards calls them premium. Everyone calls them foil or whatever, but Wizards calls them premium. And those foil things are, those premium things are nice to look at, definitely. Alright, so Yarok is kind of a deck that an opponent I avoid playing, but I do have a Wrath, so we'll see. Turn 1, Llanowar Elf? Nope, okay. So, nope, Arboreal Grazer, so they're definitely going to do their ramp. So they should have enough mana to cast Yarok already. Next turn, going to need to borrowed time. Can't let Yarok survive 1 turn. It just gets out of hand way too fast. I guess I'm going to do some removal here. Oh, transformation. Okay, it's not so bad. It's annoying, but guess we'll keep it for the moment. So not only are they playing one of the decks that I hate, they're also very slow about it. Alright, 3 mana here. Fine, I'm an elk. I'll do a little damage until next turn. The main point of my deck is to have Oswald do fun things, but you can't do that if you're an elk. You can't hold the artifacts in your antlers. Missing a land drop, that's weird. Okay, well, let's make it worse on you. Thanks for that elk. There you go, there's your 5th mana. I'll hold on to this Voltaic Servant until after I board wipe. Moldrotha, do not want. There's nothing for them to get out of the graveyard, though, so that's good. Scutes. Sure. Neoform. Okay. Then they can replay the Scute Swarm out of the graveyard. They're gonna Thassa. They're gonna blink Thassa. So I definitely have... So in this deck I should have the Exile and Enchantment. For just such an occasion. Okay. Yeah, this deck, I don't know, I'm wasting my time. So I'm hitting these land, I'm just hitting this land vein. They can replay their Scute Swarm. They want to play... I think that might be enough for Moldrotha again. There we go. Okay, board wipe. They might see 7 open mana, and that would have been nice if it was a... That's a bug right there. Did you see how the... Okay, so how do I get rid of that? If I... When you throw every good card into the deck, you can tell those are the funnest opponents. You can tell that they are a CEDH tryhard, and so I really wish that they would... One of the things that Wizards hasn't done in a while is announce any updates to the matching algorithm on Arena. It feels like they're directing their programming efforts to so many other frivolities, but I sometimes really think like the matching, like they programmed it to a certain degree and then it gets... The matching is weird. Like there's very little... Like that opponent had just a lot of things that needed to be dealt with. The art on this servo schematic is pretty cool. It's like a magic-related iPad. Next turn, I can summon Traxos. Yeah, Platinum Angel, that's... Have there been different art on that, or has this been the only art? It feels kind of vintage. Oh, that's by Brahm. He's a pretty famous fantasy artist. I haven't really heard... This must be pretty old, like, or so from the 90s, I guess. So they got a lot of mana for something. That's annoying. Rhythm of the Wild is going to give everything haste or whatever. Oh, they're not going to block with that Oracle. Okay, that's Samut, not the Planeswalker. Alright, that's gonna make tokens plus haste tokens. Is the goal of yours moving, or are your meds doing something different? The goal? Is that goal of mine? What goal? Of course, they have a freaking Toxie. Yeah, there's a lot of fun effects on the on Arena. So I think it was the parallax, the little parallax effect that they have on their on some of the cards. I don't doubt that it had it there. You get sometimes these effects like for free on different wins or whatever. But yeah, I think that was. That was the parallax effect. I think they even have it like they even give it like a special name. I wonder how much that sort of, however, eats up the. I wonder how much that eats up the processing power and such of things. That's one of those example of things that I was saying about they're spending time to add these kind of extra effects and such to the game, but I think some of the more pressing aspects, it's a little worrisome that Wizards isn't working on it. For example, spectator mode. The only way to watch people play is if they're kind of streaming like I'm doing, but other games, to my knowledge, have the ability for you to watch people play even if they're not streaming in this sort of way. There's a lot of commentary about if we're going to if we're going to be more of an e-sport, we need to have some of these sort of basic concepts more ironed out. Fabrication module. Whenever you get one or more energies, put a +1 on target creature you control. Alright.
Is destruction your only art?
We have a fabrication module and a decoration module. Ascended already.
Innovation knows no bounds. I will return.
This deck is about trying to play artifacts and swap them out and do fun stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some opponents where it makes it harder to do that fun stuff. We've seen that on the last few opponents, but on this one, we're both trying to do our own thing. No blockers.
Craft your demise.
Ether Flux Reservoir is pretty fun. Just gain a lot of life, then eventually do 50 damage to the opponent. Okay, so my 7 mana, I need to destroy the fabrication module because that's doing very good things. 5, 6, 7. If I get 1 more mana. If I get 1 more mana, I can do lots of good things. Alright, so we'll do that. We'll get the Celestus, which will do cool day and night stuff. Full attacks. Okay. So I was saying that servo thing is pretty fun in that it lets me trade it right away. The opponent is out of cards, but they can scry. So what do I want to do here? I can sacrifice a servo to go get Black Blade. And they're going to take back something on top of the library. But they don't have a card draw, do they? Ah, they have the freaking Hall of Giants. 7/7 giant. Man, that's going to be annoying. Okay. They're waking that up. 7/7. So let's see. That has ward. has ward of 3.
I need to iterate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there might have been a more efficient way. At least here I have a blocker from that 7/7. So if they awaken that 7/7, I can block it. It might have been better for them to summon their commander first. Okay, this is fine. I can... let's see if they don't have any... let's see if they don't have any combat tricks. I guess they do. Oops. Okay. I guess I could have also activated my Guardian Idol and blocked one more creature. Seven mana for Oswald. I don't know if it'll be worth it anymore. Eden Crag Feet, sure. Resummon your commander, sure, but then you're tapped out. Kind of defenseless. Yeah, that's kind of defenseless. Well, I guess we can tap the things I will untap. 1, 2, 3. Free equip. Attack here.
You will not dissuade me from battle. You'll learn from this.
Then Paradox Engine here. Treasure map. Okay. Well, I think I could have moved over that ward ability, but it still would have just been ward 1. Counting a bunch of blue mana? Not good. What did they top deck? Or are they just looking at every single possibility of cards that they have? Whir of Invention, improvise 7. Search your library for an artifact card with mana value of 7 or less and put it directly into the battlefield. They're going to go get something out of 7 mana. So let's see what this is. 7 mana Meteor Golem. That's got to be it. What are they going to destroy? Probably the Paradox Engine. Paradox Engine's a good target, or the Aetherflux Reservoir, which keeps gaining me life. So what are they going to go get for 7 mana? Maybe they tapped out completely for it, so what are you going to get? And I guess you didn't have it anymore. I don't know, maybe they're looking for a Meteor Golem? Meteor Golem 7 mana would have been useful. It would have been able to destroy the Paradox Engine, which has been working very well. And then, of course, the Aetherflux Reservoir was gaining me lots of life. And, maybe they didn't put it in, or it was already in the graveyard? No, that can't be it. Yeah, I don't know. They spent a lot of mana to go grab something, but what were they trying to grab? Search your library for an artifact with mana value of X or less. Put it onto the battlefield. That would have... I don't know what they were trying to get, but they rage quit in order to save face, I guess. So, okay, well, I guess that's a good spot there to wrap things up. We want to go out on a high note, of course, on a win. Even though the opponent... Yeah, and here's the thing. Let me show the stats over here on that deck. So I made 7 versions of it. Win rate is not great, but overall I have fun playing it. Obviously it does depend on the opponent and such, but this long gameplay here that happened I thought was a good example. So 44% win rate on the play, 30% on the draw. Play this tech a lot. The latest version, I took out Chaos Wand. No, I added Chaos Wand, which that hasn't really paid off. This is what I'm saying about, I swear I'm so paranoid sometimes with the algorithm of matching, because I put in a Chaos Wand to steal my opponent's instants or sorceries, and I swear that it has matched me up, that whenever I'm lucky enough to get that Chaos Wand, the opponent doesn't have instant or sorceries for me to steal. But that's, again, recency bias and such. Oketra's Monument removed and whatever. But different versions of the deck. Current season. Previous. The reward of a blinking dog. You're welcome. So yeah, we'll wrap up at this point. I have this. We'll leave off with the foil. With the foil. With the foil island, if the light catches it just right. Pretty nice. And the full art. Now, if this was in foil, I could retire off of it and send my cat off to college. So the foil, the non-foil but full art. So the non-full art, but I mean the non-foil but full art land. All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much for coming to hang out. Don't forget to check out the stuff on the YouTube. Say hi on the Discord. I try to put a topic of the day and such. And I try to put fun stuff on the Discord for people to interact with as we wind things down here. So everyone, stay safe. Be good to each other. Be excellent. How does this Bill and Ted thing go? Be excellent to each other. So see you all next time.